The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. And without objection, members of the full committee, not on this subcommittee, are authorized to participate in today's hearing. This hearing is entitled Challenges and Solutions, Access to Banking Services for Cannabis-Related Businesses. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to give an opening statement. Let me just say to Ranking Member Lukemeyer and members of this subcommittee, welcome to the first hearing of the Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions Subcommittee. Chairwoman Waters has set an ambitious agenda for the Financial Services Committee, which I look forward to working on and advancing. Our subcommittee has much work to do, and I look forward to working with all of you in a productive and bipartisan way to do the work we were sent here to do by the American people. Our committee is powerful not only because it touches our country's largest companies and Wall Street financial institutions, but because its focus is to promote the economic well-being of Main Street, consumers, and investors. This subcommittee in particular has jurisdiction over important issues that directly impact every one of our constituents, issues that keep many parents up at night as they consider their families' finances. And, as is the case with today's hearing, these are issues that directly impact businesses of all sizes across the country. As we saw during the financial crisis, when financial institutions failed or fail in their responsibilities, Main Street suffers. However, when financial institutions are successful while being responsible and true stakeholders in their communities, Main Street and the American economy wins. Turning now to the subject of today's hearing, I welcome our witnesses and thank them for taking the time to provide valuable testimony on an important issue that has received far too little attention. There has been a rapid and dramatic shift in the legal treatment of cannabis, led by voters at the local and state level. Nearly every American now lives in a state where cannabis has been decriminalized to some extent, and legal business activities permitted to varying degrees. In New York, for example, Governor Andrew Cuomo is on the verge of enacting legislation to legalize recreational marijuana, which will have many benefits for the state of New York and its economy and law enforcement. But federal drug laws and bank regulations have not evolved to reflect this new reality at the state and city level. Indeed, while the Justice Department's Cole memo provided some guidance on the DOJ's focus on organized crime aspects of the cannabis trade, Attorney General Sessions' reversal on this practice led to major disruption and uncertainty. It was encouraging to hear Attorney General nominee Barr state that, if confirmed, he intended to follow the guidance of the Cole memo. Similarly, the FinCEN guidance on banking activity as it relates to cannabis helped provide a beginning of clarity for banks. The absence of a broader, permanent regulatory framework continues to keep nearly all banks out of this growing industry despite a clear interest. As a result, entrepreneurs operating legally within the bounds of state and local laws bear the burden of punitive tax code, high compliance hurdles, and the lack of basic financial services and significant security risk. Today's hearing will allow us to begin consideration of draft legislation to bring transparency, accountability, and address a major driver of violent crime in this space. As we do so, I wish to recognize the work of our colleagues, Mr. Perlmutter from Colorado, Mr. Heck from Washington, Mr. Strivers from Ohio, and Mr. Davison of Ohio, who have worked on a bipartisan basis on legislation which I believe can pass and get to the President's desk for signature. This bill, the SAFE Banking Act, is one of several opportunities we will have in this committee to pass meaningful legislation to allow financial institutions to better serve our constituents and address important matters to consumer protection. Before I close, I want to remind all of my colleagues, as well as the witnesses, that this hearing is specifically about banking and financial services for cannabis-related businesses. We will not litigate the Controlled Substance Act, the benefits of medicinal cannabis, or any other issues that are outside of the jurisdiction of this committee. I now recognize Ranking Member Lukemeyer for his opening statement. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Meeks on his role as our chairman of this subcommittee. We've served together on this committee for nearly a decade, and while we may not always agree on everything, I'm confident we'll be able to find common ground in many instances, and I look forward to working with you, sir. Today, we're discussing an issue that we can all agree must be addressed. As changing state laws spur the formation of thousands of cannabis-related businesses across the country, I've heard from many banks and credit unions who are facing the decision of whether they can or cannot get involved with these businesses. For the last 6 years, I've fought alongside my colleagues on this committee to ensure all legal businesses in the United States have access to financial services. Operation Choke Point, which sought to deprive legal businesses of the services they need to survive, has seen bipartisan opposition over the years. Today, however, we are having a very different conversation. Today, we are discussing the merits of allowing federally illegal businesses to access banking services. First and foremost, we must remember we are dealing with an illegal industry at the federal level. As far as I know, the House Financial Services Committee does not have jurisdiction over descheduling a drug. And in my opinion, we're putting the cart before the horse by addressing this issue here in the Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions Subcommittee before the drug's descheduled. But I do welcome the broader conversation. The biggest question we face is what would happen if this proposed legislation was actually signed into law? How do we separate legal growers from bad actors attempting to access financial services? Our current anti-money laundering regime is already woefully inadequate, and until we modernize the Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering regulations, it would be irresponsible to open up our financial institutions to another major challenge. Similar questions arise regarding FDIC insurance and the movement of money between states that have not legalized marijuana. In this committee, the question of when to allow states the prerogative to make decisions for themselves seems to be on a case-by-case basis. My colleagues are morally opposed to a legal service, such as small dollar loans. We'll fight tooth and nail to ensure the states have no leeway to make their own decision. Yet, here we are acquiescing to the decision of some states, fighting to provide banking services to a federally illegal industry. The bottom line is the law, not personal preferences, must dictate the accessibility of financial services. And as long as marijuana is illegal at the federal level, attempts by this committee to legalize the banking of it will create more confusion than clarity. You know, there's a solution to this. The hemp industry solved this problem last fall. They descheduled the drug, and now they can grow, manufacture, and distribute their drug. Opioids is a grown chemical that we now allow for medicinal purposes, but we do not allow for recreational purposes. The DOJ has confused this situation by being unwilling to support descheduling and yet not being willing to enforce the federal law. This is like having a stoplight at a major intersection right out here in Pennsylvania Avenue, and the light gets turned off. What do you have? Confusion and chaos. And that's what we have today in the banking industry. And while Mr. Perlmutter has got a solution, I'm concerned that it's going to create more confusion than it solves. The reason for the light, just like the reason for laws, is to put structure in our society so things can take place, that businesses can operate, and yet here we are because enforcement is not in place to make this happen. Now, throughout my life, as I've gone through the educational system, civics classes have always said that federal law trumps state law. And until that changes, until the Supreme Court says that the Constitution is a list of suggestions instead of the law, I believe that we probably can't do much today other than realize that we have got a problem and we solve it by descheduling the drug. Then we can, I think, go on to Mr. Perlmutter's solution. With that, I do have another permit, if the chair will permit me just 1 minute here. I'd like to thank the witnesses, all that are coming later on today, for taking time to testify. I look forward to a very robust discussion. Unfortunately, we're missing an important voice on the matter today. Mr. Chairman, it's been a long-standing practice of this committee to allow the minority a second witness when the majority has 5 or more witnesses. Today, the new majority has decided to deviate from this practice, which has been in place since Barney Frank's chairmanship. The minority identified 2 well-qualified experts who are willing to testify today. It's unfortunate this committee will miss the opportunity to hear testimony from and question one of our nonpartisan expert attorneys from the Congressional Research Service. David Carpenter has prepared testimony which addresses the impact of the Safe Banking Act, what it could have on federal law, and Mr. Carpenter's testimony gives an overview of the existing landscape as it relates to marijuana banking. It also highlights the regulatory and supervisory uncertainty that could result from passage of the Safe Banking Act. Banking Act. Mr. Carpenter's role with CRS is to take a middle ground, nonpartisan stance and provide non-biased factual answers to any of the committee's financial banking concerns. Without objection, I ask for unanimous consent that Mr. Carpenter's testimony be entered into the record. With that, I yield back.
Without objection. I now acknowledge Mr. Heck for 2 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks. To my colleagues, the witnesses and guests in the audience, I want to thank you all for coming to this vitally important hearing. And I want to take note, however, you're late. We're all late. It's been 6 years since, under the leadership of Congressman Perlmutter, and I'm very grateful to be joined in this effort by Congressman Stivers and Davidson, that we have introduced this bill and pounded the table and warned about the risks to public safety from all cash businesses. We asked for hearings, and we were met with silence. And in the time since, we reintroduced the bill every year. We renewed our warnings. We've sent letters, we've held rallies, and yes, we've even disrupted markups. But today, after 6 years, we finally have a hearing, and it comes too late. Too late to prevent dozens of armed robberies in my home state of Washington. Too late for Travis Mason, whose picture you see before you, a 24-year-old Marine veteran in Aurora, Colorado, who reported for work as a security guard at the Green Heart Dispensary on June 18, 2016, and was shot dead that night by an armed robber. Too late for his widow, Samantha. Too late for his 3 small children, the twins, Aiden and Daisy, and their baby brother, Julian. Travis reported to work that day, I want you to know, full of excitement, because he had recently learned he was going to be able to take the test for which he had been studying hard for the Denver Police Department at the upcoming July 12th exam. Nearly every witness today has testimony about the dangerous position we put store owners and their employees in by forcing them to do all of their business in cash. But we, right here today, this committee can fix this. And so I look forward to hearing from the witnesses and taking their comments to refine our discussion draft, and then moving swiftly to markup into the House floor. We have the power in this committee to prevent murders and armed robberies, and we must use it now, because we are already late. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing today. Representative Perlmutter, I consider you a person of goodwill, a serious legislator who wants to fix problems. Ed, congratulations on this hearing today. I know you've worked hard on this. But regardless of where you fall in this cannabis debate on the issue of marijuana, we have conflicting state and federal law that we have to resolve. And that conflict between state and federal laws create enormous confusion, especially for financial institutions. But for any statute to work, we have to look at current Bank Secrecy Act statutes, as well as anti-money laundering rules, know your customer requirements, and suspicious activity report filing requirements. At a minimum, they have to be adapted in order for this proposed statute to work. There is an enormous amount of work that has to go into to making this affect the outcome that it seeks to affect. If we want to engage in that process, I think you find folks on goodwill on both sides of the aisle. This includes law enforcement, those people that are enforcing and going through suspicious activity reports and analyzing the data on money laundering. I think those folks have to be included in this process as well. But we need to have wider inputs, not a limited one-panel conversation, in order to move to a markup that will come to a good result for the 33 states that have undertaken something that is expressly counter to what is current federal law. And we have to understand this is a wider discussion than just our financial services discussion, that this is a larger societal discussion in order to affect the outcome that Congressman Perlmutter and many others want to see result from legislation. I yield back.
So today I welcome the testimony of Congressman Perlmutter of Colorado. Representative Perlmutter has been one of the earliest champions in Congress for addressing the issue we are considering today. And as a Colorado member and long-standing member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Perlmutter has an excellent grasp of the issues at play and has worked diligently to build a bipartisan coalition in partnership with our colleagues here today, Mr. Heck, Mr. Strivers, and Mr. Davidson, in drafting the Safe Banking Act, which he's now giving 5 minutes to testify. And without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. You're now recognized for 5 minutes for an oral presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Luke DeMeyer, Committee. Today's hearing is a big deal. It's a big deal for thousands of employees and businesses across this country who've been put at risk because they are forced to deal in piles of cash while Congress stuck its head in the sand for the last 20 years. 47 states, plus the District of Columbia, have spoken and legalized some form of recreational or medical marijuana, including cannabidiol. 318.2 million people live in these 47 states. That's 97.7% of the population, including every state represented by every member of this Financial Services Committee. Colorado and Washington voters were among the first states to legalize medical and recreational marijuana. And I want to thank Representative Heck for his partnership through the years on this. And I also want to thank my friends Steve Stivers and Warren Davidson for their support and co-sponsorship of the Safe Banking Act. Our federal laws were designed to prevent illicit activity and help law enforcement do their jobs. The fact is, the people, the voters in states and localities all across the country, are legalizing some level of marijuana use. And we need these marijuana-related businesses and employees to have access to our banking system. It will improve transparency and accountability and help law enforcement root out illegal transactions to prevent tax evasion, money laundering, and other white-collar crime. But most importantly, though, it will help reduce the risk of violent crime in our communities. These businesses and their employees become targets for crime, robbery, assault, and more by dealing in all cash. Mr. Heck mentioned Travis Mason, a young security guard and former Marine who was killed in a robbery in Aurora, Colorado. Another recent robbery in Denver saw the assailant put a gun into the employee's mouth and walk out with over $20,000 in cash. We've received dozens of other stories from marijuana businesses all across the country who have faced similar crimes and had their bank accounts closed and have had to deal in cash only. These stories are why we've drafted the Safe Banking Act. This bill would create a safe harbor for financial institutions and their employees who choose to do business with a marijuana company. It would protect ancillary businesses like real estate owners, accountants, vendors, and contractors by clarifying that the proceeds from legitimate cannabis businesses are not unlawful under money laundering laws or any other banking law. And it remains the flexibility of the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network by requiring continued filing of suspicious activity reports. Our bill helps put these transactions into the system, which helps law enforcement do their job to catch the real bad guys. In summary, Mr. Chairman, if someone wants to oppose the legalization of marijuana, that's their business. But the American voters have spoken and continue to speak, and the fact is you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Prohibition is over. Our bill is focused solely on taking cash off the streets and making our communities safer. And only Congress can take these steps to provide this certainty for businesses and financial institutions across the country. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. I'll now go in panel number 2. Okay. I now will yield to start to the chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, Maxine Waters, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and members, I am prepared to raise a few questions, but actually I want Mr. Perlmutter to know that the real reason that I came to this hearing today is I just wanted to witness his moment in the sun on this issue based on all of the time and effort that he's put into dealing with the cannabis issue and the way that he's educated all of us and everything that he's done in Colorado that gives him the experience to be able to lead on this issue. So to Mr. Perlmutter, in particular, Mr. Heck and others, thank you so very much. I want to address a question to the Honorable Fiona Ma, California State Treasurer. Ms. Ma, thank you for coming today. And I want to know if it's okay at this point in time. Do you want to wait until after they actually make
Yes,
their,
let them
their statement?
testify.
Thank
and
you
we'll open
very
it up
much.
for questions. And let me introduce and thank and welcome the witnesses today. And I will introduce them all now, and then we'll go one by one. So first, our first panelist is the Honorable Fiona Ma, who's the Treasurer of the State of California. Ms. Ma has distinguished her career in politics and in public service. Among her many achievements, she has served as Majority Whip and Speaker Pro Temp in the California State Assembly, and as State Treasurer, she's responsible for the stewardship of the State of California's finances. As State Treasurer and a member of the State Board of Equalization, Ms. Ma has had a unique vantage point to understand firsthand the challenges to state governments and to businesses of addressing the lack of banking services for cannabis-related businesses, and the difficulty in addressing this issue at the local and state level without federal action. Next is Major Neill Franklin, who's the Executive Director in Law Enforcement Action Partnership. Mr. Franklin retired as a 34-year veteran of both the Maryland State Police and the Baltimore Police Department, who oversaw 17 separate drug task forces. He has served as an official representative for the Law Enforcement Action Partnership since 2007 and as Executive Director since 2010. Mr. Franklin's testimony is especially important as we consider the serious safety and security risks that emerge from the absence of banking services to cannabis businesses, effectively making them an all-cash business. Then we have, and I will yield to Mr. Heck to introduce our next witness.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to introduce Greg Deckard, who is the Chairman, CEO, and President of State Bank Northwest in Spokane, Washington. He is also the past chair of ICBA's Policy Development Committee and currently chairs the Legislative Issues Committee. He is, in addition to all of that, the past chairman of Community Bankers of Washington State. I want you to know 3 quick things about him. 1, he braved incredible weather to get here. We are calling it in the Northwest Snowmageddon. Number 2, he has the phenomenally good taste to share my particular support and obsession with Gonzaga basketball. And number 3, he's not just a friend of mine, he's a good friend. We're honored to have him here. He's everything you would hope and think a community banker would be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd also like to introduce Ms. Rachel Pross, who is the Chief Risk Officer for MAPS Credit Union. Ms. Pross is Chief Risk Manager of MAPS Credit Union of Oregon and is speaking today on behalf of the Credit Union National Association. Ms. Pross has an accomplished career in credit unions and was a Credit Union Times Woman to Watch honoree in 2014 and was awarded the NWCUA's Young Credit Union Professional of the Year in 2015. Ms. Pross brings a unique perspective to this hearing, representing one of the very few banks willing to provide financial services to cannabis businesses, and therefore speaking firsthand of the challenges of navigating and complying with the existing regulatory and oversight framework. Then we have Mr. Corey Barnett, the owner of District Growers Cultivation Center and Metropolitan Wellness Center. Mr. Barnett is as I said, the owner of the District Growers Cultivation Center and Metropolitan Wellness Center. And by his own description, Mr. Barnett is an engineer turned investment banker turned venture capitalist. In 2008, he participated in the acquisition of the San Diego Medical Collective, a dispensary in San Diego, California, which they grew to become one of the largest in San Diego, serving over 16,000 patients and producing a third of the medicine provided. Mr. Barnett sold the California business and founded District Growers in Washington, D.C., and also acquired the Metropolitan Wellness Center, becoming the largest dispensary operator in Washington, D.C. And as a small business owner and one of the only few minority business owners of cannabis businesses, Mr. Barnett brings a unique perspective as an operator dealing with the realities of lack of access to financial services. And finally, we have Mr. Jonathan H. Talcott, who's a partner of Nelson Mullins. Mr. Mullins, chair of the securities, and he's the chair of the Securities Practice Group. He previously chaired the Corporate and Transactional Group and served as managing partner of the Washington, D.C. office. He has worked on a variety of public and private security offerings, including initial public offerings, secondary offerings of common stock, senior subordinated and high-yield debt offerings, and trust preferred securities offerings, and has worked on more than 100 offerings raising in excess of $10 billion during the course of his career. Mr. Talcott is also chairman of the NGO Smart Approaches to Marijuana, which advocates against the use of marijuana. Now I welcome the testimony of Ms. Ma. You're recognized for 5 minutes, and without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. You're now recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Meeks and Chairwoman Waters. And members of this committee, thank you for offering me this opportunity to appear here before you today. My name is Fiona Ma. I am a licensed CPA who is proud to serve as California's 34th state treasurer. As a state's banker, $2.3 trillion goes through my office. I oversee $85 billion in bonds and $92 billion in short-term investments for the state as well as local governments. In addition, I chair 16 boards, commissions, and authorities that provide financing for our schools, roads, housing, levees, public facilities, and other crucial infrastructure projects that help better the lives of California. I have served in government since 1995 as a staff to the former California State Senator John Burton, who also served in U.S. Congress. In 2002, I got elected to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors and moved on to serve as Majority Whip and Speaker Pro Tem in the California State Assembly, passing 60 pieces of legislation under 2 governors, 3 speakers during the Great Recession from 2006 to 2012. In 2014, I was elected to the State Board of Equalization, one of the 2 principal tax collection agencies in our state, where cannabis dispensaries are supposed to collect and remit sales taxes. Duffel bags and sometimes suitcases of cash would arrive quarterly at some of our designated offices, and some folks had to drive 350 miles just to pay their taxes. I asked how much we collected from the cannabis industry, and my agency really didn't know, since tax revenues are commingled and deposited with other cash tax payments. I participated in educational tours in Humboldt, Mendocino, and Trinity counties in California, also known as the Emerald Triangle, where legal outdoor harvests can generate up to $474 million annually in revenue. To better educate myself and my staff around barriers and challenges, we held public stakeholder meetings around transportation, track and trace, and banking. Many business owners didn't know the local and state filing requirements, and many didn't even file their tax returns. And we were concerned with the public safety surrounding all cash businesses and heard many off-the-record stories. Eventually, it became starkly clear that the big elephant in the room was lack of banking access. Additionally, we traveled to Colorado, Washington, and Canada and met with executives of their respective tax collection departments to discuss their experience with this emerging industry around banking. According to the Colorado Department of Revenue, overall cannabis revenue has increased dramatically from approximately $68 million in 2014 to over $266 million in in 2018. Additionally, Washington State has also seen a significant tax collection increase of $130 million from 2016 to 2017, when the state collected $319 million in excise taxes. Sales of legal cannabis in Washington have skyrocketed from $259 million in fiscal year 2015 to $1.3 billion in fiscal year 2017. To put that in perspective, that is a 500% growth in 2 years. Now we get to California. With nearly 40 million residents and more than 1 million medical cannabis patients, California's market represents about a third of the North American cannabis market. In the first 3 quarters after legalizing adult-use cannabis in November 2016, we collected approximately $228 million in tax revenue. The cannabis market in California alone is expected to exceed $5.1 billion in overall revenue in 2020, according to an Archive Market Research and BDS Analytics report. This same report highlighted that the legal cannabis market could triple over the next 4 years, being worth as much as $32 billion globally. The U.S. will fuel a majority of this revenue, and it's critical we accommodate the magnitude of this economic uptake with access to banking for this new state-regulated industry. And since I only have 5 minutes, I was going to talk about the medicinal industry starting in San Francisco, but I see that my time is short, so I would like to just say that we are here in support of some sort of safe harbor for banks engaged in this industry, which we strongly support. And as one of the members mentioned, the Cole memo was suspended, and it is and has been creating a lot of confusion. So again, we supported the Safe Banking Act, which was originally introduced in 2017 by Congressman Perlmutter. The Safe Banking Act would provide a safe harbor for those federally regulated or federally insured banks and credit unions wishing to accommodate cannabis businesses in my state, and 32 others who have approved the use of cannabis in some form or another. This is a necessary step, represents a positive evolution of public policy, and exhibits a common sense approach to the problems I've described. So I would be happy to answer any questions, and we have submitted my testimony for the record. Thank you very much.
We'll take your testimony for the record. Major Neill.
Chairman Meeks, Chairwoman Waters, distinguished members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the views of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership in support of this legislation. LEAP's mission is to unite and mobilize the voice of law enforcement in support of drug policy and criminal justice reforms that will make our communities safer. LEAP envisions a world in which criminal justice and drug policies keep our communities safer. This is a quote directly from our website, and that quote is exactly what this hearing is about. It's about enacting policy that will dramatically enhance public safety within our communities. Representative Perlmutter addressed the wishes of the people, so I'll move beyond that. I think we know what that is. This is not a niche business market. It's a significant part of our economy. Licensed marijuana businesses are legitimate contributors to our economy. It follows that regulated banking, vendor relations, payroll, and tax payments should be permitted as part of that legitimacy, a condition that will further serve to dismantle the illicit market's influence in this growing industry and help local economies. Current conditions, which require all cash transactions for the most part, in every aspect of the business, encourage tax fraud, money laundering, and most importantly, leave legitimate businesses vulnerable to theft, robbery, and the violence that accompanies those crimes. The Safe Banking Act presents us with an opportunity to greatly assist in stabilizing the industry and enhancing public safety. As more legitimate businesses are established, opportunities for cash robberies will increase. As more dispensaries come online, securing cash on site, transporting cash to secure locations, and managing cash payrolls are necessities for this business. And criminal entities are quite adept at conducting high-level reconnaissance of businesses and their security protocols when they know that businesses will have tens of thousands, and in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars on hand. Although extremely important for business owners, and the people they employ, my greatest fear is not the loss of profit due to theft. It is the potential for serious assaults and death to the people attempting to protect that cash, who are merely responsible for it. I fear dispensary employees being at great risk. I fear for the safety of those transporting the cash, and I fear for the well-being of employees on payday. 2 weeks of pay for one employee can easily exceed a couple or a few $1,000s. That one employee trying to get home safely from work is an attractive, soft target score for any criminal. And it's a very easy target for those who know what to look for. Beyond any concern for protecting profit, we have a duty to protect the lives of community members working to earn a living. In 2012, Melinda Haig, U.S. Attorney for Northern California, said this: "Marijuana dispensaries are full of cash. They are at risk for being robbed, and many of them are." Here's an example. In October 2012, 3 people kidnapped the owner of a lucrative dispensary in Orange County, California. According to court documents, the assailants zip-tied the victim, tortured him, and drove him to a patch of desert where they believed that he had buried large sums of money. When the kidnappers couldn't find it, they burned him with a blowtorch, cut off his penis, and doused him with bleach before dumping him along the roadside. And yes, there is Travis Mason as well from Colorado. Casing the next target is about finding the softest target. And I know this. For my years in policing, I spent interviewing hundreds of career criminals in our Division of Corrections in the state of Maryland, and I know what they look for. They look for that soft target, and the current conditions of this industry have created many soft targets. We, the police, teach target hardening when we conduct security assessments for businesses. Our advice to them is not to have large amounts of cash on hand, to make use of credit and debit card services, avoid routine trips to the bank, and to make use of armored car services. This valuable crime prevention 101 advice is literally useless to many marijuana business owners, making them attractive soft targets. What I testify to here today is rooted in experience and research. Any police officer who has worked the street or investigated enough robberies will testify to the same regarding any businesses forced to handle large amounts of cash. As I conclude, members of the committee, it is up to you and other members of Congress to act upon this legislation, establishing access to banking for legitimate marijuana businesses. The safety of thousands of employees, business owners, security personnel, and police officers and community members is in your hands. On behalf of myself and the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, I thank you for this opportunity, and obviously, we support the Safe Banking Act. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Pross?
Thank you. Chairman Meeks, Ranking Member Luetkemeyer, members of the subcommittee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Rachel Pross, Chief Risk Officer of MAPS Credit Union. MAPS is a mid-sized financial cooperative in Salem, Oregon. I'm testifying on behalf of CUNA, the Credit Union National Association. CUNA represents both state and federal credit unions and their 115 million members in America. MAPS has approximately $750 million in assets and serves over 65,000 member owners in the Willamette Valley of Oregon. As a community-focused organization, we have experienced firsthand the many challenges facing both financial institutions and state-sanctioned cannabis businesses seeking to operate within the financial mainstream. Though MAPS has no position on cannabis legalization, we acknowledge that the Oregon voters have already spoken on that issue. Accordingly, after extensive research and risk analysis in 2014, our member-elected volunteer board of directors voted to serve cannabis businesses for 2 primary reasons. First, to serve the underserved, which speaks to the credit union mission and philosophy as a not-for-profit financial cooperative. And second, to enhance the safety of our community by removing large amounts of cash from the streets. To our knowledge, MAPS is the only financial institution in Oregon that has continuously served the cannabis industry since 2014. Today, we bank approximately 500 state-sanctioned cannabis businesses. That makes our program one of the largest in the United States. In terms of safety, statistics show that cash-only business only increases the risk of crime. This is especially true in the cannabis sector, given the lack of access to just basic financial services. A 2015 study found that in the absence of being banked, 1 in every 2 cannabis dispensaries were robbed or burglarized. Compare that to MAP's credit union. In the past 2 years, we've received over $500 million in cash deposits from cannabis businesses, and that is $500 million removed from Oregon sidewalks that used to be carried around in backpacks and shoeboxes by legitimate legal business owners in our state. Cannabis banking can be done safely and effectively. MAP's credit union is the perfect example. As part of our initial evaluation and ongoing monitoring of cannabis-related accounts, we collect extensive corporate and financial records and conduct criminal background checks on all account signers. That information is scrutinized to ensure the activity on the accounts is completed in accordance with state laws and the FinCEN guidance. MAPS has established a rigorous screening and compliance protocol and has invested considerably in the robust infrastructure required to appropriately monitor and maintain these high-risk accounts. Our team of dedicated professionals averages 1 employee for every 40 cannabis business accounts. Our Bank Secrecy Act and Anti-Money Laundering Compliance Program has been repeatedly reviewed by financial regulators, and we also obtain an independent external compliance audit of our program annually. Most importantly, MAPS files quarterly suspicious activity reports, or SARs, on every cannabis-related business account. Today, over 90% of our SAR filings are related to cannabis businesses. We prioritize those SARs to identify any accounts we suspect could be engaged in illegal activities. Even financial institutions who choose not to bank the cannabis industry still risk unknowingly serving those businesses in states where cannabis is legal. Indirect connections are often difficult to identify and avoid because growers and retailers don't operate in a vacuum. Like every other industry, they worked hand in hand with vendors and suppliers. These are Main Street businesses like the printing company that makes a business card, the landlord that rents office space, and even the utility company that provides water or electricity. Under the existing status quo, a credit union that does business with any one of these indirectly affiliated entities could unknowingly risk violating federal law. The SAFE Banking Act would protect financial institutions and the community. In the absence of a federal law providing explicit legal clearance for financial institutions to provide banking services to the cannabis industry, it's highly likely that many of these businesses will be forced to operate in the underground economy. That increases the potential of lost tax revenue and crime. It also deprives law enforcement of important information about cannabis-related financial activity. In conclusion, we strongly believe that financial institutions should be permitted to lawfully serve businesses that engage in activities that are authorized under their state laws, even when such activity may be inconsistent with federal law. We need Congress to provide financial institutions who choose to serve state-sanctioned cannabis businesses with a safe harbor. For that reason, credit unions support the SAFE Banking Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Mr. Deckard?
Thank you, Congressman Heck, for the very kind introduction. It's very good to see you, Denny. Chairman Meeks, Ranking Member Lukemeyer, and members of the subcommittee, I'm Greg Deckard, President, CEO, and Chairman of State Bank Northwest, a local community bank in Spokane, Washington, with $145 million in assets. I testify today on behalf of the Independent Community Bankers of America. I'm pleased to provide the perspective of thousands of community banks, such as mine, that operate in the majority of states that have legalized some form of cannabis use. The current conflict between state and federal law has created a cloud of legal uncertainty for community banks, inhibited access to the banking system for cannabis-related businesses, or CRBs, and created a serious public safety hazard. As you know, Washington and Colorado were the first states to legalize cannabis for recreational use in 2011. Today, Washington State has issued licenses for well over 500 cannabis retailers and over 1,000 growers. Every one of these businesses remains illegal under the Federal Controlled Substances Act, which puts cannabis in the same category as heroin or LSD. At this time, my bank has chosen not to serve CRBs. While this issue is complex, we've determined that the legal, compliance, and regulatory risks are simply too great for my bank. We owe it to our community to ensure that our bank remains solid and stable and that we remain in good standing with our federal regulators. With regard to a bank providing cannabis-related financial services, FinCEN guidance does provide some assurances for banks that follow the agency's heightened suspicious activity reports, or SAR, guidelines. These SARs effectively charge banks with the ongoing monitoring of the CRBs for law enforcement. Banking the cannabis industry is complex and goes well beyond compliance associated with any other type of banking relationships. ICBA supports the Safe Banking Act, a bipartisan bill sponsored by Representatives Perlmutter, Heck, Stivers, and Davidson, which would provide that in states where cannabis is legal, federal banking regulators may not threaten or limit a bank's deposit insurance, downgrade a loan, prohibit or discourage the provision of banking services, or take any other prejudicial action solely because a bank customer is a CRB, direct or indirect, as we have seen with Operation Choke Point. Without a statutory safe harbor for banks that serve legal CRBs, bankers feel the politics could shift against cannabis. The Justice Department's rescission of the Cole Memo in 2018, for example, signaled abrupt disfavor of the legal cannabis industry and the banks that serve it. It is telling that banks that choose to serve CRBs are required to have an exit plan to unwind those relationships, a requirement that does not exist for any other category or service or industry. For community bankers, the risk extends beyond direct cannabis businesses, the licensed growers, processors, and retailers. Any vendor of a direct CRB is effectively an indirect CRB, which also presents a risk to banks. This could even include plumbers, landlords, or bookkeepers that offer their services to the broader public and whose customer base, knowing or unknowingly, includes CRBs. For example, my bank cannot, without incurring additional risk and heightened compliance burden, serve our regional utility provider because it provides power to the CRBs, which raises the question, how many degrees of separation from cannabis do I, as a banker, have to investigate and monitor to ensure compliance with federal law? Many bankers may not know that they're even involved with cannabis. I hope that I've given you a sense of the full scope of the legal and regulatory compliance quagmire faced by community banks in states that have legalized cannabis. While a small number of institutions have chosen to assume the risk of serving CRBs, the cannabis industry remains cash intensive and creates a potentially grave public service hazard. We recognize this is a complex issue for all stakeholders. However, an effective statutory safe harbor for banks that offer services to CRB that comply with state law would offer the needed clarity for those banks that choose to bank CRBs, as well as for their examiners, and will serve the goal of enhancing public safety. ICBA urges this committee to consider the Safe Banking Act, which would create such a safe harbor. ICBA supported this legislation in the last Congress and plans to support it again upon reintroduction. I would like to clarify, however, that our support for the Safe Banking Act should not be viewed as support for legalization. ICBA, including myself, makes no moral or scientific judgments regarding cannabis use. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to working with the committee to advance the Safe Banking Act. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Barnett.
Chairman Meeks and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me today to discuss banking services to the cannabis industry. My name is Corey Barnett, and I've lived here in Washington, D.C. since 1999, and currently own District Growers Cultivation Center and the Metropolitan Wellness Dispensary, both of which are licensed and located here in Washington, D.C. The medical cannabis industry in Washington, D.C. is incredibly well regulated. There are mandatory licensing, background checks, financial disclosures, video surveillance, alarm systems, seed-to-sale tracking, RFID tags, child-resistant packaging, labeling and testing regulations, and routine and random inspections. The same is the case throughout many states that have these laws. In essence, our businesses are safe, our owners are well vetted, and should be a welcomed addition to efforts to dismantle cannabis prohibition. However, we're crippled by federal regulations on banking that serve to stifle sanctioned operators while simultaneously buttressing the illicit markets that regulators are actually targeting. The issue of access to banking is acutely concerning to business owners like me. A large majority of the country has access to legal medical cannabis, and 10 states, including Washington, D.C., have legalized cannabis for adult use. However, there's still no federally approved system for businesses to perform typical duties like pay salaries, service customers using credit cards, access working capital loans, pay bills, or effectively pay taxes. The current system serves to create a public safety disaster. It advantages the illicit markets. It hassles employees and service providers seeking to do business with the industry. It makes tax collection overburdensome and serves highly to stifle the growth of the industry altogether. In terms of safety, business owners are often forced to operate completely in cash, making the businesses and their customers incredibly vulnerable to robberies and threats. Many dispensaries have hired on-site armed security guards, maintain excessive on-site security infrastructure, utilize armored cars and armored trucks in order to transport cash. However, the problem of large cash reserves anywhere creates an enormous headache and a significant threat to the public safety. For the federal government, the system is a disaster too. Like my firm in the past, many cannabis businesses bounce from bank to bank, opening accounts only to have them randomly closed within weeks. As a result, law enforcement and regulators struggle to preserve and ensure a system that's transparent. Payment of federal and state taxes is made difficult. Ancillary service providers are unable to work with the industry because they don't want to take excessive amounts of cash. Many employees have had their bank accounts closed and are often denied basic services that we all enjoy, like getting a mortgage, using credit cards, or having personal banking services just simply for working in the industry. It should be noted that the absence of banking, the participation of banks is also particularly hard on small and minority-owned businesses. Mom and pop businesses and minority-owned businesses traditionally look first to bank loans as a method of financing the start and the growth of their businesses. Without bank participation, the hurdle to entry is substantially higher for this segment of owners. Restrictions on banking serve to create a barrier that only the wealthy can overcome. In short, nobody benefits from the system with the exception of private security firms and the super wealthy operators that exist out there. Fixing the banking issue is a crucial part of fixing the broken system of cannabis prohibition, but it's far from the only issue we need to resolve. In recent years, I've been involved in numerous campaigns, spoke on many panels, including here at Congress, about the need to increase diversity in the cannabis industry. Despite cannabis arrests falling back largely on the backs of people of color, this vibrant industry has often closed its doors to those very same communities. Congress should tackle the banking issue. I applaud the efforts around the Safe Banking Act, but it should also do so in a way that includes other reforms, like the need for expungement of criminal records, investments in communities impacted most by the war on drugs. Banking is an important piece of the puzzle, but it's only a small step on the road to dismantling cannabis prohibition. We have to be bold if we're to solve problems for both the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Now, Mr. Talcott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member Luchtmeyer, thank you very much. I'm honored to give testimony about the Safe Banking Act of 2019. I wanted to say that I thoroughly agree with everything that Ranking Member Luchtmeyer said. So I also wanted to say that I am very, how do I put it? I'm the only one here who's opposed to the Safe Banking Act, and I feel a little lonely having to address some of the issues. So I'm going to try and get through them quickly. Chairman Meeks was kind enough to introduce me. Unfortunately, he focused on my law firm. Actually, my law firm, I'm not speaking on behalf of my law firm. I'm speaking on behalf of Smart Approaches to Marijuana. We're a 501c3 that's dedicated to educating people about the dangers associated with marijuana and its legalization. I have also served the community banking community for a long, long time as a lawyer, both at Nelson Mullins and at Alston & Bird. I also work with investment banks, many of whom would like to get into this business. I also worked at a bank. I worked at JP Morgan for a period of time and worked as a regulator during the savings loan crisis at the Office of Thrift Supervision. I've heard a lot of conversations up here about the dangers associated with cannabis and having it sold when there's money that's going to change hands in the form of cash. I want to say I also speak on behalf of people who have been the victims of cannabis, who have been the victims of marijuana. I'm here actually because I got involved in this issue because my little sister Mary started smoking pot after my father died. She developed schizophrenia, and she died young at the age of 42. I'm also here on behalf of my cousin, who picked up a pot smoking habit in high school. That led her to opioids, and she died of a heart attack at the age of 20. As anybody knows who's read Alex Berenson's recent book, there's a lot of dangers associated with cannabis. As a matter of fact, it's very well established that smoking marijuana can, in a small subset of people who do so, develop psychosis, and psychosis often leads to violence and violent crime. I would like to take one moment to say what I think of the drafting of this particular legislation. I was told that that's one place I should focus my attention. As you can see from my submitted testimony, I think you really need to address the Controlled Substances Act and its prohibition on marijuana, its scheduling of it as a Schedule I drug, before any of the proposed changes in safe harbors would be effective. I suffice it to say there's probably universal agreement on the fact that Controlled Substances Act as a federal law, as Chairman Luckmeyer said, preempts all the state laws. So technically, everybody who's involved in the cannabis industry nationally now is committing a federal felony. Until that's changed, any changes to the BSA or the Bank Secrecy Act or related, the AMLs, the anti-money laundering statutes, won't get us very far. I think that that's kind of, I don't want to give you a roadmap to how to make this work, but if everybody in this room wants legalization to go forward, the place to start is with the Controlled Substances Act. I also want to point out that if this legislation were to pass, it would do nothing more than reinforce a trend that's already occurred in those states that have legalized. We have a serious problem with the black market in every state that's announced that it's legalizing pot for recreational use. There's a shadow economy going on that's using the front of legitimacy to make money illegally. This is why tax revenues in certain states are less than they should be. After all, if you didn't pay taxes when you were selling pot illegally before, why should you pay taxes now? So we see in Oregon, they estimate that 70% of the transactions were to have occurred on the black market. Even Governor Hickenlooper in Colorado talked about the problems with the black market. We've even got problems in California where Mexican drug cartels are propping up black market marijuana farms all across Northern California. I think that it's worth mentioning these things because we need to be very careful about how we proceed in this area. If we want to discourage the black market, which I think we all want to do, then we need to be much more straightforward about how we approach this issue. We need to change the scheduling of marijuana, if that's what people want to do, and then go about putting in place the appropriate banking regulations. I think that it's important, as a last point, to say that I don't think everybody in the country wants marijuana to be legalized for recreational use. As a matter of fact, most surveys that include the option of decriminalization show that it's a minority of people who would like recreational marijuana. I think what comes down to is this is a public health issue, not a banking law issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ask now without objection to enter into the record 22 statements from various associations, credit unions, banking associations, states, attorney generals, the Banking Alliance. Without objection, enter into the record 22 statements. And I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purposes of asking questions. Let me start out with Ms. Pross and Mr. Deckard. What do you see as the most immediate impact for your respective organizations if and when passage of the SAFE Act or its equivalent is passed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the most immediate impact that we would see is a significantly reduced legal risk. That is something that we deal with every day, is knowing that we have this tremendous legal risk of serving the industry. I also think it would have a significant impact on the credit unions that we're instructing on how to do cannabis banking in compliance with the FinCEN guidance. The risk of criminal prosecution is a huge barrier for them, and they have the same goal of wanting to increase safety in their communities, and I think we could have a really powerful impact if there were legal protections in place.
Mr. Deckard.
In Washington State, there are 3 banks and 3 credit unions that provide banking services to the cannabis industry. I am aware that there are several other banks in the state that, if there was some clarity provided and a safe harbor created for institutions, that there would be more entrance into the cannabis banking market. As Ms. Pross had indicated, the clarification of the legal risks and regulatory risk and compliance risks also factor in to a bank's decision of whether to engage in that line of work or not, and something that each bank has to consider in their own risk model, what their tolerance is. But I do believe that the immediate impact would be that you would have more institutions being willing to serve as a result of the safe harbor.
Thank you. And Mr. Barnett, as a minority business owner, what has been your experience with respect to the industry's diversity and inclusion and access to startup and working capital and the ease of doing business, especially small businesses?
In the way of access to capital, it's difficult for small businesses, particularly those that come from disadvantaged communities and communities that have been impacted significantly by the war on drugs. For the most part, when these owners are granted licensing, just the hurdles to get over the regulatory requirements just to open your doors can oftentimes be several $100,000s, never mind the cost of build out and things of that nature. In the past, most of these business owners would have perhaps gotten a second mortgage on their house, or would have taken out a loan using whatever assets they have available to them via perhaps family trust or savings or anything of that nature. However, the absence of banking prevents that altogether. And so it's very difficult for communities that don't have access to sort of, let's say, hedge fund money or wealthy benefactors to actually get the investment capital needed to actually start their businesses in this space without the help of banks, at least to fill in whatever gaps they have. The first part of your question, you mind repeating it?
Well, I just wanted to know your experience with respect to diversity in the industry.
So in my company, I can tell you that we have a very diverse labor force. We've made that a policy. We believe that our labor force should be reflective of the communities that we serve, both patients on the medical side, as well as should we find ourselves in a recreational market, that we should actually make it a point to actually bring people into business that actually live and work around our companies. To that end, what we've done is within a 1-mile radius is where we typically recruit first, and we try to hire most of our labor force within a 5-mile radius of our businesses. My business here in Washington, D.C., I'm proud to say, is staffed with 100% D.C. residents. 80% of our people are people of color. We have about 60% of our employee base is women, are women, and we have a portion of our employee base that is also homosexual. So we have a very diverse labor force that's reflective of the D.C. community.
Thank you. Let me ask Ms. Ma real quick. Can you summarize in a few words why you believe that only federal action will resolve the issues?
Yes, in California, we have been trying to pass many pieces of legislations to either work around, go around, patch this issue of banking access, and we have come to the conclusion that we really need Congress to act. And having a safe harbor for banks is probably the most expeditious way of getting more folks out of the black and gray markets and into the legitimate markets. By not having banking access, it also affects many other critical impacts. For example, if you don't report any income, you may not be liable for any child support or any alimony payments. If you're being paid by cash, you're clearly not going to be putting in all of your taxes for Social Security, so may not be eligible later on. And then also the impact of folks not reporting, for example, domestic violence incidences, because they're scared that the police are going to come into their homes or their businesses. So there's a lot of social impacts that are also affecting the communities by not having access to banking.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent to submit a letter from the National Fraternal Order of Police, Faith and Freedom Coalition, and Major Cities Chiefs Association in opposition to marijuana banking into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm I'm kind of curious, you know, I go back to my opening statement when I think this whole situation revolves around the fact that we have federal law trumping state law, and we have a situation where we're going to muddle the water a little bit more here with the bill in front of us. And for those individuals in front of us today, and representing your different entities, it would seem to me that, you know, the hemp industry showed us, and the gentleman from Kentucky can talk about it here in a minute, last fall, how to solve this problem by descheduling that substance. So I ask the question of each of you. Ms. Ma, have the states asked the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, who is in charge of overseeing the Controlled Substance Act, as Mr. Talcott indicated, have they talked have you talked to them about asking us, Congress, to do something about this, and in particular, Judiciary Committee?
I believe so. I am just starting my 5th week in this position. Prior to that, I was the tax collector in California. So I do believe we have been.
The states have done this?
Well, I know state treasurers. My former predecessor, Treasurer John Chung, did sign a letter with other state treasurers in other states.
To the Attorney General?
Yes, asking the Attorney General.
Have you contacted a member of the Judiciary Committee? This is the committee that has jurisdiction over the Controlled Substance Act.
I personally have not, but I know past administrators. We do have a new governor, and I will follow up and send.
It would seem to me that's where we need to start. Mr. Franklin, you're talking about law enforcement officers. Have law enforcement officers contact the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, and ask him to contact and support a change in this law and going to the Judiciary Committee to do so?
We have, our organization has.
You've talked to the Attorney General?
We've sent letters, yes.
Have you sent letters to the Judiciary Committee to ask them to reconsider this?
Not
look
to my
at
knowledge,
it?
No.
Ms. Prosk, credit unions. Have you guys contacted the Attorney General and asked him to support descheduling the drug and contacting the Judiciary Committee to make a change?
No, we haven't. And I just want to clarify that I am not a cannabis expert or a Controlled Substances Act expert. I am a regulatory compliance expert for the financial industry.
Okay, well, if you're regulatory and compliance, you know how this works. You got to have a law, you got to enforce the law, or else you change the law, one or the other. Mr. Deckard, what about the ICBA? Have they contacted the Department of Justice and asked them to support changing this law and asked the Judiciary Committee to make the change?
I'm not aware that we have, but again, it's important for me to reiterate that ICBA takes no position on the legalization of cannabis, on either the moral or scientific things, so I'm not sure if they've contacted.
That solves your problem, though. Right now, you're put in the crosshairs. And so we need to solve the problem one way or the other, in my judgment. Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
As you have the growers contact the Department of Justice, ask them to support.
While District Growers has not, I personally actually am a member, and my company is a member of several organizations in the cannabis industry, like the National Cannabis Industry Association and several others that have gone to the extent of actually not only asking the Department of Justice and several other branches of the government that actually have policies that are restrictive to our industry to find methods of actually easing them. And so, yes, that is a very active, ongoing request. And what's more, we've been supportive and have actually paid for lobbyists to come up and speak to you. And here in Washington, D.C., as you probably already know, it's actually Congress that is stopping the district from actually legalizing and putting together a recreational market right now.
Well, Congress is in charge of, and this is the problem we have, is that the states have jumped the gun here. They should be contacting their congressman, as their contactor, Mr. Perlmutter, and we should be initiating this change if it's wanted, if it's desired. People in my state have not contacted me about doing this yet, so I'm waiting for somebody to say so. But I guess you know, it goes back to, we've got many problems here, and I guess, Mr. Talcott, one quick question. What about the FDIC deposit insurance, or Mr. Deckard, FDIC deposit insurance? Is that going to insure the deposits of these kind of illegal transactions, illegal funds in your bank?
FDIC insurance applies to the deposits in my bank up to the limits. And
does it apply for funds that have been obtained illegally?
To my knowledge, it's legal in the state of Washington under Initiative 502. and
Under the federal
full
law, that
memo
is still an illegal
spelled out.
drug, so you're involved in an illegal drug transaction. So my question is, does the FDIC insure deposits that have been obtained illegally?
Gentleman's time has expired.
The deposits in the banks that are banking the cannabis industry are FDIC insured up to the limits for those deposits.
The
for
gentleman's
legal
time has
business.
expired. Let me just remind the gentleman that we are here to talk about banking. This committee only has jurisdiction over the banking aspects of it, and the purpose of this hearing is simply so that we can understand the banking aspects of cannabis and to make sure that the public safety and what that entails. So let me just say that I'm going to allow Chairwoman Waters to ask questions. There's votes on the floor, and so after the questions of Chairwoman Waters, we will adjourn and come back immediately after vote. We will recess, we will recess and come back immediately after votes. But I yield 5 minutes to
Thank you very
Chairwoman.
much, Mr. Chairman. This question is directed to the Honorable Fiona Ma, California State Treasurer. Thank you for your very thorough testimony. And I think you very well described that the clash between the federal law and state law in the cannabis industry presents an especially difficult problem for states such as California. And you went on to talk about a working group that you had belonged to who actually considered establishing a state-backed financial institution devoted exclusively to the cannabis business. But after all of that work, it was decided that it would be better if we could have a safe harbor for banks who are dealing with the cannabis industry. If we don't get it done here in Washington, D.C., do you think the working group would say we got to do something and they'll go back to the whole idea of exploring establishing a state-backed financial institution?
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Yes. The report did say that states can establish their own state public banks, such as North Dakota and as well as America's Samoa, but it would take a long time and a lot of money to capitalize a bank. And yes, I said the most expeditious would be for this committee and Congress to act to allow banks to continue to follow the FinCEN guidelines, fill out their SARS reports, their know their customers, AML reports, and that would create the safest, quickest, solution to the issues that many states are facing right now.
Thank you. And you also added to that it would improve the efficiency of collecting the taxes and fees we use to regulate the industry, does not allow banks and credit unions to totally abdicate their responsibilities to know their customers, on and on and on. So you've made a really strong case here for why it makes good sense to have a safe harbor and why you and California is supporting the Safe Banking Act.
Yes, so there are about 300 financial institutions that are following the FinCEN guidelines and doing all the reporting and accepting cannabis clients, but that's clearly not enough. And that's why we are here. If they could get a safe harbor provision, then I think more banks would consider banking the industry.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for making this your very first hearing. This is so important. So many people have been waiting on it. I appreciate it so much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now pause for votes and resume immediately after. The committee now stands in recess. Hearing now is in order. And I think where we are now is I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the witnesses for taking this long break. I hope you're still attuned to the subject matter we're dealing with. But I want to talk a little more, get back into the details of this. And so, Mr. Deckard, Ms. Pross, is it Pross or Pros?
It's Pross, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So we're talking about legislation that would allow financial institutions to operate in direct conflict with federal law. Are either one of you banking lawyers by trade or primarily involved in regulation of your institutions?
I am not an attorney,
Okay,
no.
all right. Mr. Deckard?
I am not an
Okay,
attorney.
I just wanted to check before I started getting in these questions just for disclosure purposes. So, as an institution, when you have those two conflicts between federal and state law, that creates uncertainty, does it not?
Correct.
It does.
And we're trying to resolve that uncertainty with changes to the federal law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So how do you limit risks to financial institutions if you have a law that still leaves the rest of the federal regulatory scheme opposed to what you're doing as an institution? How would you resolve that as an institution?
I think that has been a difficult thing for each financial institution to do their own cost-benefit analysis and determine what the risks are and what benefits are derived from being involved in the banking of the industry. My particular bank, we're not involved in banking.
Right. Is there a reputational risk? Is there a question about reputational risk?
I believe there's reputational risk. Sure.
Right. Not just regulatory risk, but reputational.
And compliance risk.
Okay. Ms. Pross?
Yes, certainly. There is reputational risk and legal risk, and we certainly understand the risks and challenges that financial institutions are facing with this issue, and we understand positions like the financial institution of Mr. Deckard, that they choose that this is not worth that risk. But for MAPS Credit Union, we had the FinCEN guidance, and that is not safe harbor, but it's guidance on how to comply with reporting requirements for banking this industry, and it really came down to an issue of community safety.
Right,
So,
and so because of that guidance, you have 3 different ways to have a suspicious activity report, right? And how
Correct.
you disclose that.
we
right?
file,
So-
yes.
And so how many SARs have you filed over the last 12-month period, roughly?
In the last 2 years, we've filed approximately 3,000 suspicious activity reports.
So a massive amount.
Correct.
A massive amount. And there's regulatory costs associated with that.
Sure.
Right? But the reputational risk piece, your institution resolved that. In your community, you resolved a reputational risk.
We
right?
did.
Because it's a state-regulated product, and you resolve that reputational risk piece.
Yes, we
So,
believe we have.
Are you familiar with Operation Choke Point?
I am.
Okay. Mr. Deckard?
Yes.
Operation Choke Point. Focused on reputational risk, state-regulated products, also federally recognized as lawful, and yet you had federal regulators trying to force institutions to stop doing things that both comply with state and federal law. It's difficult to see how we flipped this conversation to, in essence, mandate institutions to do something that's in conflict with federal law without resolving the substance of the federal law, which is the classification of the product you're using, right?
My understanding is that the Safe Banking Act does not mandate any financial institution to provide services.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but it makes it an opt-out rather than an opt-in situation for institutions. So going back to this, do you think that this legislation, as it's currently written, resolves those issues for you to engage in this? Mr. Deckard, you're not currently engaged in it. We passed this law. Does that resolve this for your institution?
It resolves the lack of clarity regarding how a federal regulator could come in.
Have
and
you
the
checked with your
punitive
insurers
results.
about that?
Yes.
And your insurers would be comfortable insuring you?
I'm sorry, have I checked with our insurers about this bill? No, I
Right.
have not.
Okay. So there's a lot to be resolved, a lot of questions, including the reputational risk question that in most communities, would come down to a different understanding just based off of where they are, right? The 33 states and the difficulties of each individual state's version of regulation of this, much less the 17 states that have no form of this. Do you see that as a major challenge for us legislating in this area? I think so. Yield back.
Gentleman's time have expired. Mr. Scott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask who was putting up the map on the screen. Yeah, there it is, right there. I want us to put our attention on that map because I think it points out the great necessity and importance that we need to do in getting Mr. Perlmutter's bill enacted. And I listened very attentively to Mr. Deckard and others on the other side, and speaking of the debate on this issue of marijuana. But the point is, the people of America have already spoken. Just look at that map. And it gives you the reason why we need this bill more than anything else we could say. Up there says that 47 states, the people in 47 states in this nation have said that at some level they're accepting the use of marijuana. Now, there's nothing we can do about that but to try to bring some significant regulation properly that reflects the concerns of the American people. If we don't do that, we will have a tremendous safety issue if we don't bring this. And that's why I am just proud to work with Mr. Perlmutter on this, and I hope that we all can see the value of that. It's a safety issue, and then it becomes an issue of how do we regulate it, because I think the issue is basically this, that some of the states, 47 of them, have accepted in some form or another the acceptance of legalization of the use of marijuana for the American people. But without having some uniformity, it creates a tremendous problem of uncertainty as well as safety. Now, Ms. Ross, I'd like for you to comment for a moment because I think that you really hit the nail on the head. Could you please tell us, it's SARs, correct?
Correct.
That have to be performed. Tell us how problematic that is and the added pressure of complications that this issue brings.
So the suspicious activity reports are outlined in the FinCEN guidance, and those are the requirements laid out for us. There's 3 different types of SARs. There are marijuana-limited SARs for activity that appears to be operating within the guidelines of state law. There's marijuana priority SARs, which are the SARs that we're flagging if we suspect that there could be some illicit activity going on. And then there are marijuana termination SARs that we would file if we needed to terminate an account relationship because of either failure to communicate with us and allow us to have it transparently in our compliance program, or if there's activity that could indicate a serious concern about violating the law.
Thank you very much. There are 2 other points I want to make that really give a sense of urgency here. We have what is called transaction payments, credit cards, debit cards. How do we intercede them into our banking and financial system? And how does the transaction payment caucus industry react to that? How do we bring them into the flow? This is basically a cash business, but how long before now they'll be paying with credit cards or debit cards? Where are we there? In my final 30 seconds, I want to call to our memory, 85 years ago, we had a similar problem with alcohol. But this nation rose to the occasion, and we responded. Just think if we hadn't. There were people then who were saying, well, we don't like liquor, just like many people are saying we don't want marijuana, but it's here just as surely as alcohol was. But we responded to that, and we were able to do that in a very meaningful way at a very critical time. And I think we have the wherewithal to do this with Mr. Perlmutter's bill. Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Posey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing today. The draft bill that we have before us today, as you probably already know, is titled the Secure and Fair Enforcement Banking Act of 2019. And as you know, it basically is to encourage banks to have the ability to deal with people who dispense marijuana or sell marijuana or whatever. And to me, fair would mean repealing Operation Choke Point, you know, which prohibits banks from doing businesses with, or for doing business or allowing banks to do business with businesses the government doesn't like. And now I guess the government's going to like your business, the marijuana business, but they're still not going to like a lot of other legal businesses that are legal in every single state. In my district, they're not going to like or allow banks to do business with somebody that manufactures weapons for our military because they don't like guns. So I'm just wondering if any of you, we can start on the left end, could just tell me one iota of a reason that this makes sense, that it's honorable, that it is fair, that I should support something like this when we can't get this kind of support for legal businesses. Ms. Ma?
Well, I believe the gentleman up there, Mr. Scott, said, first off, that 47 states have passed it, some form of it, and so we, at the state level, are dealing with
No. I mean,
lots
why
of
it makes
cash.
sense to do this and not do other businesses that are absolutely legal, have been legal in every state since 1776. Okay, well, next one. You don't have a good reason. Yes, sir.
So from my perspective of public safety, it's all about the cash that is out in our communities and these businesses. So any business, from my perspective, that is dealing in large amounts of cash need a process to eliminate that.
Okay, I agree.
So that's...
I agree. That's why I just wonder why the Fair Act, the Fair Banking Act, the SAFE Act, doesn't repeal the Operation Choke Point, which prohibits legal businesses that are legal in every state for, you know, over 200 years to do business with them. Ms. Pross?
I agree with the comments that Major Franklin made. I think that this issue is these cannabis businesses. We're certainly not taking a position on legalization of cannabis, but they are by nature very cash-intensive businesses. And we're talking millions of dollars of cash that is unbanked.
Well, so are the other businesses. I mean, they're cash-intensive too. Just why should we single out the cannabis suppliers and nobody else from Operation Choke Point? Mr. Deckard, can you give me a good reason?
Well, community bankers around the country have to make a decision of the risk and return of entering any line of business. So there is no mandate, there is no opt-out. It's a choice of the bank to live in an uncertain environment of the conflict between federal law and what is a legal licensed business, in my case, in the state of Washington.
Okay, but maybe I didn't make it clear. I'm hoping that one of you can tell me why we should encourage banks to do business with cannabis sellers and not with other legal businesses that have been legal for over 200 years in this country because the government doesn't like those people.
I don't feel
why we should single this business out. That's, you know, I'm trying to understand the bill. The bill title is fair and equitable. And I don't see anything fair and equitable when we take one segment of the market now that hasn't been able to do business like they want, that's cash intensive, but we still don't include the other businesses that have been legal for years that are very cash intensive as well. Mr. Barnett?
Congressman, I believe that all the time we pass laws that are designed to target one industry or one sector of our economy without reference or giving precedence to the other sectors of our economy. We don't have to look any further than the tax laws in order to see that there are certain preferences given to certain industries. Right now, this bill gives you the opportunity to address a huge safety issue. And as someone who's actually been in a room
Reclaiming
where
my time because I'm
doors
almost
being
out.
kicked
Mr.
in.
Jelcock, can you give me a reason?
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Clay for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank the witnesses for your participation in this hearing today. Let me start with Mr. Deckard. I understand your bank does not accept cannabis business as customers, and why is that?
For a multitude of reasons. First and foremost is that we do not want to take the risk exposure of the actions that federal regulators could take depending on what the politics of the moment are versus what the laws of the state of Washington are. So again, nobody's encouraging us to participate in this line of business, but we've made a choice that based upon the ambiguity of the statutes, the cost benefit, the size of my market, the size of my bank, the risk reward aspects of all those things, that when the law was first passed, we determined there was too much uncertainty for us to engage.
Let me ask you, have you had to cut ties with any customers as a result of them getting involved with the cannabis business?
We have not.
Okay, how many of your agricultural customers have considered entering the marijuana business and consulted with you?
I'm not aware of any agricultural customers that have contemplated that. We have had some requests to open accounts from clients in our metropolitan area, and we've respectfully declined to open those.
If you had better guidance from federal regulators on with banks, would you then participate in the market?
I think that we would get past that initial risk of having the threat of civil money penalties or me even barred from the industry. I mean, my board of directors, who are investors in the bank, take on that risk. So if you eliminate that, we certainly would reconsider a cost-benefit analysis on the rest of the issues that are related to it.
Thank you for that response. And Mr. Barnett, how does oversight work in the District of Columbia for cannabis businesses? And, go ahead.
Sir, we're very heavily regulated. We are subjected to routine random inspections, and we are required to conform to a lot of regulatory oversight on behalf of the Department of Health and several other departments in the District of Columbia regularly.
Okay, and thank you for that. Let me ask Ms. Ma, can you talk to us about limitations to employees who work in the cannabis business who, as far as regular banking is concerned, say when they go to buy a home, a car, student loans, do they encounter difficulties?
Yes, as we all know, a lot of what we talk about is our FICO credit rating, and they always tell us the best way to get a good rating is to get a credit card and pay, buy things on your credit card and pay them off. Well, these folks don't have an opportunity to even do that. So trying to get an apartment where you're supposed to fill out an application based on your income, you don't have any, based on your tax return, you don't have any. The list goes on, an auto loan, a student loan, a home mortgage. All these things depend on having credit, establishing credit, having a bank account, filing a tax return, and all of this is very, very difficult for an industry that is barred from even opening up one bank account to start even that process.
So you're saying potential creditors discriminate Are they fearful of engaging with a potential customer because of the origins of the income?
Right. So this is why we believe this bill is very necessary, because it gives the banks that safe harbor and some security in entering this industry and accepting these type of cannabis employers, vendors, anybody who is associated, and therefore they can start accessing credit, paying with a credit card or a bank debit account. That's kind of the American way at this moment, is move away from cash, not move back to cash. And there's a whole industry and folks who are prohibited from transacting what everybody else is asking us to do, right? Go paperless, go cashless.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Tipton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the panel for taking the time to be here today, and respect the hard work and effort I know that my colleague out of Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, has put into trying to be able to address a challenge that we have in a variety of our states. In Colorado, we have had many questions that have been raised about the relationship between the federal, state, and local governments and regulators since legalization, including, obviously, the banking industry. When we move forward on issues of the banking industry, however, I think that one issue that we may not have fully explored here in today's hearing is giving the ability of our regulators to be able to aid the communities in their fight against some of the bad actors and having those tools. So, Ms. Ma, as Treasurer of the State of California, one of the chief concerns that we've heard with the retail marijuana industry in southern Colorado has been the possibility that cartels can gain access to state legitimate retail stores and financial institutions to be able to mask illicit operations. There was an article in yesterday's Denver Post that cited that. An October 28 report from the Colorado Division of Criminal Justice stated that organized crime cases almost tripled in the 5 years since legalization. So we've had the concerns raised that the cartels are increasingly able to commingle traffic products and funds with products and profits from legitimate retail businesses. As a top elected official out of California, you may have well heard as you went to the other states some of these issues as well, and encountered some of those problems that I've just highlighted. So in your view, Ms. Ma, does Mr. Perlmutter's legislation give regulators the ability to be able to conduct necessary oversight, to be able to root out potential illicit activity, especially given that the banking industry can and has served as a check against those who want to take advantage of state-legitimized businesses?
Yes. So in California, this industry is highly scrutinized in terms of licensing, permitting, having to even pay your taxes. And we have found that the cartels, whereas before they would come to California and nestle in some of our forests, stay for 2 years. They have to do their setup in terms of, water distribution and canopies and protecting their grows. The cartels actually don't come to California anymore because of Prop 215, because of Prop 64 that passed. So the legalization in our state has actually made it safer, where we are requiring extensive labeling and testing, which is, why many of us are here today, is because we are concerned with the quality of the product. So we believe the initiatives that have passed have enabled better, safer, more regulated products in the states, and therefore less cartels are even involved in cannabis these days.
I appreciate I get the concern, though, coming out of my state on the AML, on the SARS reports, that they are seeing some cartel activity that's being involved with that. Mr. Deckard, Ms. Prost, would you like to maybe speak to that?
Sure. A lot of the speaking engagements that I've had over the last couple of years have actually been with law enforcement audiences. And that's one of the points that we try to drive home to law enforcement, is that by banking this industry and abiding by the FinCEN guidance, we are providing information to law enforcement about financial activity related to the cannabis industry that they would not otherwise have if the industry was forced completely into the underground economy.
Mr. Deckard?
In the state of Washington, there was a very deliberative effort once the initiative passed. I think there was a lot of collaboration with legislators and regulators and the industry in crafting what is a very good model for regulating cannabis. And so, you know, as was previously stated, everything is tagged from seed to sale. So there's a lot of oversight of it, of which the banks perform part of that oversight by the filing of SARs and currency transaction reports and all those things. Nothing in this bill changes what any of the reporting is being presently done to alert regulators of
Thanks. I appreciate that. I'm going to be running out of time. I think this is something that as the bill moves forward that we do need to probably look into. And a final question, Mr. Deckard. Does this answer transporting dollars across state lines, say into Kansas where it's illegal, in terms of the commingling of funds given the current regulation on marijuana?
My understanding is it doesn't address that. The Cole memo specifically talks about that being one of the prohibited activities, so I'm not aware of any institution that is.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Heck for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not particularly interested in relitigating someone's paradigm of reefer madness or who stands where on the 10th Amendment and states' rights. I'm, with all due respect, not interested in relitigating the choke point controversy. Indeed, I am interested in pointing out that quite some time ago, the ranking member, Lukemeyer, led an effort to get the FDIC to issue guidance that said that this can no longer occur. It has to be done on a business-by-business basis. I think he had to take a victory lap for that instead of us pretending as though this was still going on. I do want to keep my comments to the banking access part of this. However, I want to ask Mr. Barnett a question about his customers who have medical issues as a predicate for that. And like all of us, I'm often asked, where is it that my motivation for this legislation comes from? And we've all got a personal story. I don't often share mine, but here it is. My older brother, Bob, graduated from high school in 1965. He had a football scholarship. He turned it down. He went to community college, kicked around a while, and then he did what he'd always wanted to do. He enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. And if you get the year reference, you know what happened next. He went to Vietnam. In fact, he was there during the Tet Offensive. He served in I Corps up near the DMZ for 13 months. He came home. 2.5 years later, he developed a large lump on his neck. It turned out to be diagnosed as the most common manifestation of exposure to Agent Orange, namely Hodgkin's disease. He fought that battle for 12 years. Indeed, on 2 occasions, it had been in remission for 5 years, and he was told his chances of it recurring were the same as anybody else's until December of 1981 when he passed. Toward the end of his life, the only relief he could find from what was then chemotherapy, initially it was cobalt, was from the illegal consumption of marijuana. And I've always thought and lived with the irony that the same nation that asked my brother to put on a uniform and put his life at risk in an activity that eventually did, in fact, take his life, held him to be a criminal when he found relief in the only way that he could. Mr. Barnett, I'm certain that you have customers that come in terminally ill, maybe children with medical conditions, and I'm wondering if you just anecdotally could suggest whether or not that you have observed or have had reported to you people finding relief from your dispensary's products?
Congressman, I've had mothers come in with their children, elated at the fact that their children are being more responsive than they've ever been. They are having reduced seizures. I've had actual fathers show up at our dispensary and get driven to tears at the relief that they're being able to see that their children are having. I've had members of our military talk to us about how they're dealing with PTSD and that for the longest time They haven't been able to have a good night's rest and are plagued with the memories of having fought in the field, in the theater of war, and are getting relief from cannabis. And daily we have instances where people are coming in and sharing their stories and actually thanking the members of my staff for actually being there, despite some of the things that they're having to deal with as employees of our dispensary, because without them, they would have to go to either illicit channels to just get the same relief that you're talking about. Absolutely.
So then, sir, to bring this back to banking, does it stand to reason to you that if the Safe Banking Access Act were to be passed, that it would be easier for dispensaries with banking services to be able to provide these kinds of products more uniformly to those who are suffering under the kinds of conditions which you outlined?
Simply put, yes.
Thank you, sir. Major Franklin, first of all, I want to thank you for your career and your presence here as well today. I want to thank you for appropriately placing this emphasis on public safety. Just quickly, sir, do you know of any entity, maybe even including your own, which is collecting the data on how it is that the incidence of crimes associated with cash-based businesses has trended over time?
Not at this point. We usually get most of our data from UCR, Uniform Crime Reporting, under the Department of Justice by the FBI, and right now it's not categorized. It would be an extensive project to do that because we'd have to find a reliable source for the data.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Loudermilk for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our panel for being here, and I want to thank every member of the subcommittee because this is a conversation we should be having. It's refreshing that this is truly a bipartisan issue, both for and against. This doesn't go down party lines. It'll be more on ideological lines, and quite personally, I'm not interested in the least in helping the marijuana industry or the marijuana retailers. But as my position as a representative in the federal government, I think these decisions are better made at the local level. I've got several concerns with the industry, but also have several concerns with the regulatory industry. And so I think this is very important for us to have this discussion and this debate. I'll tell you what I do support. I do support the Georgia State Legislature, who just about 3 years ago passed a law to allow cannabis oil to be used to treat symptoms of certain illness. Now, one of the concerns I have is that the federal government is determining what is moral and what is immoral with the business, and I agree with Mr. Posey in that is, we're determining a gun seller is immoral, so therefore we're going to make it difficult for them. I do think this is something that is better held at the local level, as I said. In fact, in Georgia, we've pushed most of decisions like that even down to the local level. I know in several of the counties in my district, adult stores were not able to operate and still aren't able to operate in certain counties because the citizens have said this is not the type of retail that we want there. But in other counties where they do operate, they do have access to financial services. So my concern is not the retailers or the marijuana industry, but the financial services industry. And do we put those businesses in a catch-22 situation of conflicting regulations? And are we putting the financial services industry in a no-win situation while we battle out between the state and the federal government in this? And so that's really where my concern is. And especially when we're forcing businesses into a cash-only operation, my concern is, does that allow these businesses to go around certain other regulatory requirements that financial institutions have, such as suspicious activity reporting? Does this, and this is one of the questions I have, does our current policy maybe incentivize nefarious activity of money laundering or the organized crime using these businesses to get around financial institutions. So that's kind of where I'm coming from this. I want everybody to understand. I'm not taking a pro or con stance on the issue itself. Ms. Pross, I know that financial institutions are operating under FinCEN guidance for filing the suspicious activity reports that I just mentioned for these businesses, and the SAFE Act would codify that requirement into law. I'm very focused on this issue and have introduced legislation that would raise the BSA's Bank Secrecy Act, CTR, and SAR thresholds. The SAFE Act, if the SAFE Act becomes law, how do you see it affecting the SAR compliance regime?
So my understanding with the Safe Banking Act is that the FinCEN guidance would remain in place and that we'd be required to comply with that guidance. And we value that guidance as a compliance framework for being able to offer this service to our members. I think that understand that there's conversations about changing the reporting thresholds, and I do believe that would have an impact on our credit union, but I'm certainly not an expert on the specific proposals around the Bank Secrecy Act, but I think having clear guidance from Treasury on those reporting thresholds is absolutely critical in being able to do this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Deckard, another area of concern I have is even though we have 47 states that at some level legalized marijuana, whether it's cannabis oil or recreational use, the laws differentiate, but yet when we're talking about electronic payments, that's a nationwide service that operates nationwide. What problems do you anticipate, given that only some states have chosen to legalize recreational and medical marijuana, but yet the payments are going nationwide?
One of the things that the Safe Banking Act does is to not only provide clarity for financial institutions, but provides clarity for those indirect businesses, such as a service credit card provider or debit card provider, to be able to use the payment system to reduce the amount of cash that comes through and to enhance public safety via that method. We've got, in the state of Washington, the largest armored car delivery service that not only will not go and pick up from a CRB, but won't provide services to a bank that is involved in banking that business. So providing the clarity is not only just to help banks and to enhance public safety, it's to open up the rest of the system of providers of that gives them the clarity that they're not going to be penalized for.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Foster for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Chairman Meeks for convening this important hearing, and I'd also like to thank Representative Perlmutter, Representative Hack, and the other bill sponsors for their long work on this issue. And I think I can speak for the entire committee when I say that the image of Representative Perlmutter sitting alone at the witness stand with a smile like the cat that just ate the canary is an image that we will all cherish forever. And now, at this time, a majority of states, covering a majority of the nation's population, have legalized cannabis for medical and adult use. And that number will most likely grow in the coming years. In the state of Illinois alone, there's been almost $280 million in retail sales by licensed medical cannabis dispensaries since state legalization of medical marijuana first took effect. And in this landscape, it's become ever more important to address the well-documented public safety issues experienced by cannabis-related businesses that operate primarily or exclusively in cash. And with this in mind, I'd like to ask Ms. Pross and Mr. Deckard, as representatives of the Credit Union National Association and the ICBA, to tell us a little bit more about how ensuring that cannabis-related businesses can have access to banking services, how that will increase transparency and accountability of those companies and allow law enforcement and regulatory authorities to effectively focus their limited resources towards investigating other criminal activity. And specifically, if you can describe in a little more detail the types of information that banks would be able to share with law enforcement and regulatory authorities if lawful cannabis-related businesses are allowed to access standard banking services, like deposit taking, payroll, other information that banks would not otherwise have, and perhaps give some concrete examples of how this additional information might be of use to law enforcement.
Sure. So I appreciate your question. With the FinCEN guidance, I believe that with the passage of the Safe Banking Act, that you will see more financial institutions who are willing to take on the risk of banking cannabis businesses. There's still risk with just the regulatory requirements in order to be able to provide services and adequately monitor and maintain those accounts. But the FinCEN guidance, again, we are providing this information to law enforcement that they wouldn't otherwise have if these businesses were not banking with us. So we're filing quarterly suspicious activity reports, and those suspicious activity reports are escalated if we see any type of activity that is indicated as a red flag in the FinCEN guidance. We're also submitting currency transaction reports. So that's cash moving through the system related to cannabis businesses. And to that end, in the last 2 years, my credit union alone, MAPS Credit Union in a relatively rural part of Oregon, has filed over 13,000 reports to FinCEN. And that, again, it's free information to law enforcement that wouldn't otherwise be available if we weren't banking this industry.
Mr. Deckard.
Well, while my bank is not involved in banking cannabis, several of my colleagues in the state, we talk about what the status of things are. There is not a business line in financial institutions that's regulated more and scrutinized more than marijuana banking is. The amount of reports from the state, from what banks are filing, what law enforcement's looking at, is a very onerous task to put on the bank, and yet for public policy reasons, financial institutions are choosing to engage in that. Some of the anecdotal information I can share with you is there's a bank on the west side of the state of Washington that has 50 accounts, and they have 4 full-time employees staffed in the compliance department just to manage the amount of reporting. So when you look at the ratio of staff to number of accounts, it's robust, and something that each bank has to decide whether they want to devote those kind of resources to.
Let's see, I was just thinking that, there may be a lot to learn of the history of liquor, legalization and taxation. Initially there was a lot of moonshining, which I think, at least in my part of the country, has faded away with time. And now most taxes are being collected, and I think their liquor distribution is pretty well regulated. And do you think there are any lessons to learn from that experience? Anyone on the committee?
I think there's some great lessons to learn from the end of alcohol prohibition, where, number one, it was the states that led that effort. My home state of Maryland never participated in it. So we now moved into, I don't know where you can get bootleg whiskey today. I know some people do, but I can't, because it is a well-regulated industry, and whatever you need, you can go buy at a regulated store. And again, as you mentioned, what's really important is that the taxes are being paid, and it's very easy to track because of the banking system and the methods that are used. And it's clear-cut policy. There's very little questions about what you are required to do, when, where, and how.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Weems for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin my questioning, I want to thank all of you today, but I wanted to reiterate that the substance at the center of today's hearing is still illegal at the federal level. States like Colorado and California have exercised their authority to legalize marijuana, and under the 10th Amendment, they have the right to do just that. This committee can debate this issue all they want and perform the cost-benefit analysis of banking this emerging industry, but regardless of what we come up with, marijuana is federally illegal. It affects people's minds, it affects their thinking. And the breakdown of the family structure today is too prevalent. Opioids are killing thousands of Americans a year, and countless Americans suffer from addiction every single day. Those are problems that deserve our immediate attention in this body, not debating the use of federally controlled substance. So, additionally, I find it hard to believe this committee is going to be considering legislation to make marijuana more commercially available to the public when there are still so many unanswered questions about the drug. So, Mr. Talcott, is it a universally accepted fact that marijuana is not a gateway drug and has no negative impacts to public health?
No, it's very clearly a gateway drug, and it has a lot of negative impacts for public health. In particular, if you look at the opioid crisis everybody, not everybody, but the vast majority of people who die a death by opioid overdose started off with pot as a gateway drug. I think that, the other public, health problems with pot are, people who have smoked pot and regularly have known to go into a psychotic state. As a matter of fact, if you look at places like California, or you interview the people at the emergency rooms in Colorado, these are people we hear from all the time, you'll find out that the number of people coming in with marijuana-induced psychosis, or psychosis generally, has skyrocketed since legalization.
Okay, thank you. Last Congress, there were many discussions on possible changes to the Bank Secrecy Act regarding anti-money laundering policy. Mr. Deckard, in your testimony, you mentioned the Bank Secrecy Act and the current suspicious activity reports and currency transaction reports that institutions must file. I've been told from ICBA and other banking groups that the existing SAR and CTR reporting requirements are onerous and offer little feedback to the financial institutions. So, Mr. Deckard, what do you think the effect will be, number and quality of CTRs and SARs, should this safe harbor provision pass?
I don't see any impact on the filing of SARs in terms of the number or anything else for the existing businesses that are legally licensed in the state. They're banking somewhere. I'm told from our Department of Financial Institutions that 97% of all of the licensed marijuana businesses are making their tax payments with a checking account. So I don't necessarily see that as an expansion of the number of businesses. In fact, the Liquor and Cannabis Board in the state of Washington controls the number of licensed businesses that can operate.
Okay. Major Franklin, thank you for your service in law enforcement. And during your time as a police officer, I'm sure you saw lots of people driving while under the influence of drugs and alcohol. And as I'm sure you know, marijuana affects the brain. Specifically, the parts responsible for memory, learning, decision-making, coordination, and reaction time. So all of these capabilities we're talking about are virtually important to keep our roads safe, which I know you want to do. And so my question to you as Major Franklin is, if police officers have a device or a method that they can accurately detect if someone is driving under the influence because of marijuana?
If they do currently?
Is there a way to detect if somebody's driving under the influence of marijuana when you pull them over?
Oh, yes. As the head of training for the Baltimore Police, as well as the Maryland State Police during my career, drug recognition experts are very good at making this detection of whether or not someone's driving under the influence of any mind-altering substance. And this is what we recommend. To train, to provide the money to law enforcement to train, so that we can have more DREs out in our communities. And again, this is nothing new. It's always been illegal to drive under the influence of any mind-altering substance. And that's what we do. We work very hard on the highways and in our communities and pushing back against this. And we're very effective at doing that.
So if you're buying or smoking marijuana, don't be driving, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Lawson for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the committee. It has been very educational listening to all of you. And I have just a few things I would like to say. Florida is a part of a growing trend of states that are now permitted medical or recreational cannabis use. Currently, most of the cannabis industry operates, as you know, on a cash basis without the benefit of using traditional financial institution and financial products such as a credit card. Your testimony here today has been very significant. None of us are medical people, but over the years, for those who have served in the legislature before, not only do you have problem under the influence of alcohol, but with prescription drugs and everything else, on the road. The problem is that I would enter this into the record from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services Commissioner Nicole Nikki Fry, that said, on behalf of the Florida farmers and medical and medical marijuana professionals and consumers, I want to thank you for the efforts to provide the cannabis industry across the traditional banking and express my strong support for secure, fair enforcement Banking Act, H.R. 2215. Conflicting guidance from the federal government have unsuccessfully led to a high level of risk and hustles from businesses in the emerging market. I won't read the whole letter, which I will give to the chairman here, but the problem, what we're here to resolve today is what do you do with this particular cash business? And I know from the banking standpoint, you know, if I walked into the bank today with $20,000 or $30,000 in cash in a suitcase, you know, and I said I want to deposit in my savings, I would ask you, what would you do? Would you start questioning me about where I got the money from? Am I in the business? Or whatever, you know, and I've seen this happen. I've gone into, for instance, Bank of America, and a lot of people, especially people, Hispanics and so forth, that deal in a lot of cash and they're working and stuff, and they come into the banks on Saturday morning and try to make deposits. And sometimes they're held up because people are saying, you know, you got all this cash, then they're coming in to make cash to send money back home. And so from my standpoint, and when y'all can start, I'm not here to debate, you know, what marijuana is going to do to you, all the other stuff, but what I am here to do is to try to make it safe for people who are in this business that the consumer, the people in the state have voted on, you know, at 65 or 70% on how do we deal with this cash situation. And you all are the experts. You know, and I asked the experts, especially the bankers, someplace on the committee, I'm not to debate how bad it is or whatever it is, but how do we deal with this to make it safe for people to make deposits? And I would just ask the treasurer, Ms. Meyer, just to comment on it, because you're working with it every day. And so I'm not going to continue to talk, but I just want you to make a comment on it.
Well, as a tax collector, we would see hundreds of thousands sometimes of tax payments come in. So not only is it not safe for the business owners to have to keep all that cash, then to drive it around, and then come to our offices. So it also poses a public safety risk for the people in government who have to accept this type of cash. We have to count it, we hold it until the bank sends an armored truck and then ships it over to the bank. So it's not only a public safety for the communities, homes, and businesses, but also for government, I would say. So having some safe harbor, allowing folks to put it directly into a bank that is best equipped to deal with cash in terms of security protocols and fast cash counters and, you know, deposits, big vaults, and security cameras. I mean, that's where cash should be stored, not in our homes, in our businesses, or in government agencies.
I can understand, before I yield back, it's important, because I walked into the bank, in Bank of America, and had a check for about $45,000. It looked like everybody in the bank came to see what was going on, you know, and it might have been because of my color, and not because I had the ability to actually bring it in. You know, and they said, well, you know, you need to go someplace else, you know, we don't know whether we can handle this. So I can imagine what it's like with the cash situation is, and that's the thing that we need to resolve. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. When the gentleman's time has expired, Mr. Barr for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to first recognize and acknowledge my good friend from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter. You and I have had many conversations over the past 6 years about your legislation, about this issue, and to a certain degree our interests and our views converge, and on other parts of this issue they may diverge a little bit. But one thing I admire is persistence, and you are a portrait of persistence, and I really do appreciate that. As my colleagues know, I represent Central Kentucky, and we in Central Kentucky at one time we were the burley tobacco capital of the world, and before that we were the cannabis capital of the world. We legally grew and produced rope for the war effort and cannabis and industrial hemp. And as you all know, in the 2018 Farm Bill, with my support, we descheduled industrial hemp, low THC cannabis, for our farmers. And I'll just say, just as an aside, it is ironic that many of the people who supported policies that literally bankrupted the burley tobacco industry in my area are now the very same people who want to legalize smoking recreational pot. That's a little ironic to me, but nevertheless, the fact that our tobacco farmers are now out of business has given them a renewed interest in industrial hemp, and that was the impetus behind our Farm Bill legislation that now has descheduled low THC cannabis. One question about that, and I'll direct this to Mr. Talcott. Following the passage of the Farm Bill back in December, do legally licensed hemp businesses, low THC, non-marijuana cannabis businesses, do they now have unfettered access to the banking system?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and I think that raises kind of the fundamental issue. I'm going to kind of play a little devil's advocate with Mr. Perlmutter here, because we have we have a mechanism for doing this. If we want to provide legal certainty to higher THC cannabis businesses, right? We did it. We did it in December in the Farm Bill, and whether we like it or not, wherever you are on this issue, the fact remains that the Controlled Substances Act, federal law, continues to make illegal high THC marijuana, high THC cannabis. And with the rescission of the Cole memo, we now have a direct conflict of federal law, assuming Mr. Perlmutter's legislation were to pass. So given that reality, to Ms. Pross and to Mr. Deckard, in the event that a United States attorney were actively prosecuting a cannabis-related business in your area, even if Mr. Perlmutter's legislation were passed, would you and your institution be willing to bank that business that is under federal prosecution? Would you do that? Ms. Pross.
I certainly think it would depend on the situation. There are times where law enforcement, and I'm not just referring to the cannabis industry, but in general, there are times when law enforcement requests us to keep an account open so that it can assist them in analyzing the activity and determining what exactly is going on.
So, Mr. Deckard, to you, if a U.S. attorney is prosecuting a cannabis-related business under federal law, under the Controlled Substances Act and the current rescinded Cole memorandum, would you feel comfortable banking that business?
No, I wouldn't. That's one of the reasons that my bank has not engaged in providing services.
And I think that's the point. The point is that even if we were to pass Mr. Perlmutter's legislation, and Lord knows he's put his heart and soul into this thing, and I really respect that. But the reality is, his legislation would not solve the problem, because you could have a U.S. attorney I guess my point is this. We have shown the blueprint of how to do this, and it's an amendment to the Controlled Substances Act, which is not the jurisdiction of this committee. I'm raising the point because I'm just wondering if
will the gentleman yield?
I will. I'd like to know how this legislation ultimately solves the problem.
Are you willing to vote to delist marijuana?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I don't understand the argument. It's spurious if you suggest that's the solution, but I'm against it.
No, what I'm saying here, I'm making the point that the Congress, reclaiming my time, the Congress would have to make the same moves, the same policy choices that we did in the case of industrial hemp. And this Congress has not done that. And while I appreciate the intent of the legislation, I think we have to think through whether or not it is an efficacious solution to the problem that we're dealing with here.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yep, my time has expired, and very interesting topic. I'd love to have more time, but I yield back.
Ms. Porter for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to welcome my fellow state resident, Ms. Ma, to testify before the committee. I have testified before this committee, and I appreciate all of your patience. These can be very, very long days, so thank you. Ms. Ma, I had a question about how much money, just an estimate, has California collected from taxes on the cannabis industry in the state?
Yes, so the latest figure I have is November 2016, we collected about $228 million.
Okay. And as California Treasurer, you have oversight over where California's tax revenues are deposited.
That is under the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. That's where the taxes are supposed to be deposited.
To the best of your knowledge, has any bank ever refused to accept the taxes generated by the cannabis industry because the income is derived from cannabis transactions?
No. So as many of you know, even if you are in an illegal business, you still must pay your taxes, either to the federal government or the state government. We passed Prop 215 in 2006. We did not start collecting sales tax until 1996. We did not start collecting sales tax until 2006, which is 10 years later. And even then, we were assessing a 10% penalty for anyone who paid their taxes in cash. The federal government still, to this day, charges a 10% penalty to anyone who pays their taxes in cash.
So have you ever told any of the banks that are happy to bank the tax dollars that as a condition, or do you think the state should, because it's not you personally, but do you think the state should say to banks as a condition of banking this considerable cannabis industry tax revenue, those institutions ought to have to accept deposits from cannabis-related businesses?
Yeah, so we do business with about 8 different large banks, and each one is in charge of a different sector. So our cannabis or cash tax payments from sales taxes, which are commingled, go into one national bank. And there has in issues surrounding this type of issue, whether they want to continue to accept it. In California, we expect to collect about $1 billion in cannabis taxes, and it really is going to be dependent on whether these banks are going to accept cannabis freely, or at least with some sort of safe harbor. Are we going to be able to continue to collect even any tax from the cannabis industry?
Thank you, that's very helpful. At this time, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 statements. One prepared by a fellow Californian and one of the nation's leading cannabis industry experts, Henry Wykowski. He is counsel to the National Cannabis Industry Association, and in his statement, he describes the difficulty he has as an attorney providing legal advice, and he's required to have a bank account in which to hold client funds by the California State Bar Association, and yet is continually being denied banking services. The second statement is prepared by Lindsay Robinson, who's the executive director of the California Cannabis Industry Association, which represents businesses who employ over 11,000 Californians in cannabis-related jobs.
Without objection.
I yield the remainder of my time.
Wow. The gentlelady yields back. I will say at this point, there being no other Republicans who are on the subcommittee, we will now go through the Democrats that are sit on the subcommittee. Before then, we'll go to hear questions from individuals. So I'm going to go down. So next would be Mr. McAdams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I would ask unanimous consent to have a letter from the Utah State Treasurer, David Damshin, entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this past November, Utah voters approved the use of medical cannabis in Utah through Proposition 2. And with its passage and then subsequent legislation by the Utah legislature, Utah joined, as we see on this map, nearly every other state in permitting the use of medical marijuana in some capacity. But unlike other states, Utah has not approved the use of marijuana for recreational purposes. Despite this difference, however, Utah is now beginning to grasp how to implement its medical cannabis program, and is now encountering the same challenges that so many of the witnesses have testified to today. That is, how do businesses operating legally pursuant to state law have access to our financial system? So I want to briefly quote from the letter from Utah State Treasurer Damshin that he sent to the Utah congressional delegation. Then I have a question for the witnesses on this. He said, quote, "The inability of insured financial institutions to handle cannabis-related transactions has forced businesses and governments throughout the U.S. to resort to cash to settle transactions. This represents an enormous public safety issue, increasing risk of violent crime, fraud, and theft. So to the witnesses, I would ask just a yes or no. Do each of you agree with the comments that I read from Treasurer Damshin that cash-only operations presents a public safety risk and a risk of fraud and theft?
Yes.
Yes, in all caps.
Yes, I do.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Very yes.
I think engaging in any illegal activity produces cash, and that produces problems. Your banking system is having problems because you're engaging in a felony.
So I want to quote again from the letter from Treasurer Damshin. He said, quote, "Providing regulated and insured financial services to cannabis businesses allows law enforcement, and specifically the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN with the U.S. Department of Treasury, provides them the transparency needed to distinguish legal cannabis businesses from illegal activity." So to the witnesses, I would also ask, do you agree or disagree that bringing these cash businesses into the regulated financial system would increase transparency for law enforcement communities?
Yes.
I know for a fact that it would, yes.
Yes, I do.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think bringing every illegal activity into the banking system would make it more transparent. So maybe we should bring the heroin business into the banking system. Maybe we should bring the illegal betting system into the banking system. I mean, all of this is kind of a fallacious question because ultimately the decision has to be made. Are we going to have legal marijuana or are we going to have illegal marijuana? And right now we have illegal marijuana. So any kind of business that involves marijuana is engaged in a felony. And I was interested earlier to hear about questions directed to my colleague, Mr. Deckard, about, gosh, what should happen with respect to banking? All the people who are on the board of a bank are personally liable for any activities. Any activity with a bank is
Let me just thank you. Let me just interrupt right there. Thank you, and claim my time. The purpose of this hearing isn't about the heroin or other illegal industries. This is about medical marijuana and the industry which 47 states have to some degree legalized to some degree.
Yeah, but the federal government hasn't.
That's correct. But my question is, would, somebody was saying earlier today, let's not, the inability to do everything shouldn't stop us from doing something that would make the industry safer and create transparency and help us to ferret out illegal activities that haven't been made legal by 47 states. One last question, and then I'll be done. But I would like to ask maybe Mr. Major Franklin. Thank you also for your service. If you would care to elaborate and provide any insights on how access to the banking system for these businesses could actually improve the operations of law enforcement.
Well, one of the things that we used to do, and I commanded a number of task forces, as you heard, in the state of Maryland, and we had a unit that dealt specifically with financial research on people we were targeting, businesses we were targeting, and banks were the number one source to go to check financial records, to get a clear, accurate picture of money transactions, where the money was coming from, where it was going to. In an all-cash environment, for the most part, it's nearly impossible unless you conduct a search warrant and just happen to look up and get some records that are being maintained by your target. This recommendation here is crucial to law enforcement being able to do that work.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm listening to all of this testimony today, and one of the questions and concerns that I have is with respect to the racial wealth gap. Very often and very frequently, we think of racial justice issues as independent of our financial industry or independent of financial issues, but that's like saying there was no for-profit motive in the practices of slavery in addition to the scaffoldings of white supremacy. Same goes for Jim Crow, and same goes for our systems of mass incarceration, which right now 80% of people kept in federal prison are Black or Latino, but at the same time, the private for-profit prison industry is a $5 billion valuated business. So my question is, is really about, are we compounding the racial wealth gap right now based on who is getting the first mover advantage? And so according to an industry trade publication, 73% of cannabis executives in Colorado and Washington are male, 81% are white. In the state of Massachusetts, just 3.1% of the marijuana businesses in the state were owned by minorities, and just 2.2% were owned by women. So, Mr. Barnett, one of my questions for you is first of all, does this seem kind of in line with your personal experience on the ground? Is this industry representative of the communities that have historically bared the greatest brunt of injustice based on the prohibition of marijuana?
Absolutely not.
So these industries are in no way looking, it doesn't look like any of the people who are reaping the profits of this are the people who were directly impacted.
That is correct.
Ms. Pross or Ms. Deckard, one of the questions that I have is, in your opinion, do you foresee investments from private equity groups or firms to kind of be funneling into this industry?
We're certainly seeing more interest in that.
And so do you foresee, do you see it's possible for a situation, is it possible for a situation where a private equity group that profited off of for-profit incarceration could turn around and take that margin, invest it as a first mover in the cannabis industry while there are still systematic barriers for investment from Black and Brown Latinos, particularly Black and Brown communities, including Latinos?
I think you're raising really valid points, but as a chief risk officer for a financial institution, my focus is just keeping my program in compliance and making the streets of Oregon safer. So I really couldn't speak to that with any level of expertise.
Of course. Mr. Barnett, do you have any?
The answer to your question is yes. I mean, certainly it's the case that private equity firms who make money in one sector of our economy can definitely come in and into this industry, and because they have tremendous access to wealth, and banks aren't necessarily going to say to a $12 billion hedge fund that, no, we won't bank you, they will turn around and have access that the average mom and pop, Black-owned businesses, Latino-owned businesses, what have you, just won't be able to actually surmount some of the same hurdles that they can.
And have you experienced or seen any barriers to entry for individuals that were formerly incarcerated, particularly for nonviolent drug offenses, to enter the cannabis industry?
Absolutely. In fact, we worked tirelessly here in Washington, D.C. to get the laws changed to allow people who had previously been incarcerated or had marijuana-related offenses to allow them to be able to work in the industry. Mm-hmm. And you do see a movement across the industry to try to make that happen, but it is a challenge.
Great. And so you see really what this looks like, it's kind of coming to big picture, is that the folks who profited off of for-profit incarceration get to profit off of the legalization of marijuana first, while the communities most impacted are last in the door.
Absolutely, but I would also say that this particular act serves to actually give a valuable tool to winners of licenses, in that if banks do actually get active, then you do have an access to capital that you previously didn't have. And having started the second dispensary that I ever owned for under $100,000, it definitely puts opportunity firmly within reach.
Great, and just one last question. So would you recommend that in us kind of opening this opportunity or opening this lane, that also be paired with kind of affirmative licensing laws that prioritize frontline communities and communities that were most impacted to get those licenses first so that they can reap the benefits or recoup some segment of costs that they had bared in the 90s in the war on drugs? Absolutely.
There should definitely be social equity opportunities that allow those hit hardest by the war on drugs to be first in line to benefit.
Thank you very much.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Wexton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the witnesses for coming and testifying today. Treasurer Ma, I would ask, what assurances do you have that your state received the full tax remittances that would have been due on these cannabis-related businesses?
In California, we definitely are not collecting all of the taxes due. So the way we audit these businesses is we will go in and we will ask them for their financial statements, and many of them will say, we don't have any, we're all cash. And then we proceed by having someone stand outside and watch how many people go into a dispensary on 3 given days. Then we assess an amount, maybe $65 on average per person. We send them a bill for 3 years. We extrapolate back 3 years at interest and penalty and send them the bill. That's the way we audit these cash businesses in California. It is not efficient, it is not effective, it is not accurate. So many of these businesses are not paying their fair share of taxes.
So it's not a very scientific method of
It is not.
determining what taxes.
Without a paper trail, as you know, it's very hard to audit a cash business.
Major Franklin, you testified about some of the dangers to these businesses of being robbed and other crimes taking place. Do you have statistics that show that marijuana-related businesses are more likely to be robbed or more endangered than other businesses in the same geographic areas?
No, I don't know of anyone or any source for that data that is even capable of really collecting that data. And it's still rather early, but we do know there's plenty of anecdotal stories that we're able to pick from across the country where this does occur. Even one right here, an attempt right here, Tacoma Wellness in Washington, D.C., where armed people were attempting to rob that particular dispensary.
And related to that, what sort of steps do these dispensaries have to take for security? Are they allowed to have armed guards? Or are they prohibited under the marijuana laws?
For the most part, they are. When this initially started, there was a lot of confusion there. I don't know if all of them are, but many of them do now, but it's very expensive. The security measures are enormous, from cameras to personnel to, the cost. Again, just tracking the cash, the possibilities of internal theft, and then you have to deal with the possibilities of armed people robbing you and your employees. So quite extensive and expensive.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pross, could you please describe briefly what your financial institution goes through before accepting a cannabis-related business and accepting them as a banking client?
Of course, we do it's a very lengthy application process where we're getting extensive corporate records, financial records. We run criminal background checks on all account signers. So that's anybody who's going to be interacting with the credit union, we're running criminal background checks on. We're validating their licensure with the state of Oregon and ensuring that their license is in good standing with the Oregon Liquor Control Commission. So it's quite an extensive process to get an account with us.
And you had testified that there was some large number of SARs that you filed, the marijuana-related SARs. How many was that over how long a period of time?
In the last 2 years, we've filed nearly 3,000 marijuana-related suspicious activity reports to FinCEN.
And do you have a breakdown of how many of those were cannabis limited, cannabis priority, and cannabis termination SARs?
Unfortunately, under Bank Secrecy Act, I'm prohibited from disclosing details around suspicious activity reports, but I can tell you out of the 3,000 that we filed, 90% were related to cannabis businesses that we serve.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Barnett, can you explain or just tell us a little bit more about some of the challenges that your business or other businesses that you're familiar with have faced with regard to finding commercial leases or purchasing property and credit card processing with the inability to be clients of commercial banks?
Absolutely. We've had, the problem not only affects our business, right? We definitely can't take credit cards. Our customers have to walk up with cash in their pockets. That obviously puts them in harm's way, both coming into the dispensary and leaving the dispensary. When we are actually transporting cash and trying to get it off-site so that we aren't exposed on site, we have employees and or security professionals leaving with tens of thousands of dollars of cash on their person and moving it to a safer location and things like that. All of that presents a huge issue, but then there are certain things that we just don't even think about, right? You know, when you go to recruit talent and you try to build your business and you look to try and hire someone that, let's say maybe as a marketing MBA needing to be paid $150,000 a year, how do you pay that person $150,000 a year in cash? You know, they can't take it to their bank. They're in all kinds of situations if they try to do so, and it affects your employees. You can't do business with service providers because you can't pay an architect $75,000 in cash to do a design so that you can improve your business.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Presley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. And I want to thank Representative Perlmutter for his leadership here. I really do see this legislation as being one that is pro-jobs, pro-small business, pro-equity. And it's really apropos that we would have this subcommittee hearing today when we had a full committee hearing earlier today on homelessness. And I do definitely see an intersectionality here. You know, we need more small businesses that will prioritize hiring locally, hiring veterans, hiring people of color, hiring women. And ultimately, it just, the broader goal here, and although this is not the debate for today, because we know that whether or not legalization is good or bad, I'm so glad that this was not a subcommittee hearing about that, because that is a states' rights issue. But what I would say is that to the gentleladies from New York's point, and I appreciate Representative Clay's line of questioning and Representative Porter as well, that there are these systemic inequities and disparities along racial lines, many or all of which have been created and perpetuated by policy. And so this is an opportunity to right the injustices of the past, but we need equity embedded, and we need the financial industry to be, and institutions to be nimble, as they are with any other growing industry. And the data supports that the two fastest growing industries in the country right now are green jobs, clean energy, and the green rush. And so one of the contributors to homelessness is that people are underemployed, and this is an industry whereby people are fully employed. So just a couple of my questions. I wanted to know, and then also this is an industry for those who face barriers to employment, including those with quarries. And so we can't have a situation, which is what we see playing out, where people who have been historically locked up are now locked out of a multi-billion-dollar industry. But I wanted to just speak about the impact here on small business and on real people. That's the advice we were given in new member orientation, to not forget the plot. The plot here is about the people, the small business owner. So, Mr. Barnett, if you could just elaborate a little bit more on what that burden is for you as a dispensary, as a small business owner. I'm curious if anyone could just share, generally speaking, how many employees, how many people are usually employed by a small business, and then how many ancillary businesses are we talking about, and what is that impact?
Right now, in our cultivation operation, we employ right around 9 people. In our dispensary, we employ just under 14 people.
Okay.
And that's full-time equivalent employees. Now, you know, what we estimate is that because our growth is impeded because we can't do business with banking, that you know, if we could, we would actually be able to grow our operation within 12 months to more closely like 16 employees in our cultivation operation and just approximately 30 people in our dispensary. So you could definitely, we could definitely see how we end up creating jobs. But more or less, right now, when you look at the number of businesses around us that we spend our money with, because we operate in cash, we spend almost all of our money within a 25-mile radius of our actual business. That's a tremendous stimulant to the local economy, and it's a lot of relationships that we end up going to. I've made the decision in my operations to work with other small businesses for 2 reasons. One, they will take our
I'm
cash.
going to lose my time.
Okay,
Hold on.
sorry about that.
Could you, no, I want to know more, so I'm going to follow up with you. So how do you pay your employees, and have any of them had any problems with their banks as a result of doing business with you or being employed by you?
Right now, we pay our employees in cash. We file taxes just like we normally would or what have you. And currently, none of them have had problems actually depositing their checks, but they have had some problems getting things like credit cards or other things like that.
And how do you pay your bills?
The same way.
Okay. All right. If you want to pick back up on that last point. Oh, looks like my time is up. Yes.
What I was saying was just generally that, you know, we try to do business with local businesses. One, they will take our cash. Two, we actually find that we have an opportunity to radically impact their businesses as well, and they tend to have some of our shared values. So their employee base looks a lot like our employee base, and it tends to be very localized, and so we're really trying to make an impact on the city. And I think that to the degree that you can usher in mom and pops and small businesses, minority-owned businesses, you will see more impact in that space.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Ms.
Thank you.
Tlaib for
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Mr. Burnett, how are you?
Hi. Okay.
Good, good. I know it's tiring. I'm trying to get everybody's attention. So does the money smell? I'm being serious. We're talking about bags of cash, right? That you're
You joke about it. That's actually how we
I heard
asked
it's
out a
true.
SunTrust.
I heard it's true. The money does smell, correct?
That has been the case in some instances,
That's
yes.
right. So one of the things that is frustrating for me, I mean, our state is probably the latest state that passed what I would call a ballot measure. Most of these states, it was through a people's initiative. You know, people put it on the ballot, they voted for it, they legalized it. Just like, it's a democratic process, that's how it was done, and we're talking about thousands of people. It wasn't even close. Like, most people want to legalize marijuana. And that's not the question. The states have spoken. I think you're looking for, obviously, support as this legalized, form of business now in many of these states. And the frustration that I have, and again, is obviously, collection of taxes, paying for all the things that I think are so important to the American people, and I think everyone wants to do right. But the constant discrimination towards these businesses. I'm wondering, have you all ever tried to challenge this through the courts? And this is me, my ACLU hat, thinking to myself, because you have to be having trouble getting insurance, real estate. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. There are a number of organizations that have been very active in our space. You have the Drug Policy Alliance, you have the National Cannabis Industry Association, you have Marijuana Policy Project, and a whole host of other organizations that have been active on Capitol Hill trying to address the needs of the industry and help get these laws changed. Our industry funds lobbyists to try and make relationships with the proper authority so that we can tell our stories and we can get our businesses in. But also you see a very significant activity at the local level as we're impressing upon our council members and our state legislators to try and make sure that they understand the issues because they have a better voice. When the treasurer of the state of California steps up and speaks to federal legislators or have you, obviously the issues that she is dealing with carry a little bit more weight than perhaps my small business actually can. And so we spend a lot of time trying to make sure that our local politicians also understand what we're dealing with and the perils that we're actually facing. And so we try to encourage all of the cannabis businesses, no matter where they are, to be just that active. We've definitely taken that position, but then we're right down the street from you guys, and so we can spend time on the Hill.
All right, well, thank you so much, and I yield the rest of my time to the chairman.
Gentlelady yields. Mr. Stivers for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Perlmutter for his hard work on this, and I want to say he's been bugging me about this bill for about 5 years, and finally I relented, not because I believe that marijuana should be a recreational drug, but I live in the world of reality, and I know that there are marijuana-related businesses out there, and we can't endanger them by putting people in an only cash business.
So I've got a few questions. They're pretty simple. Ms. Ma, you already stated this, but just a simple yes or no question. Do you believe that allowing legal marijuana-related businesses access to the banking system will make them more auditable and reduce tax fraud?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Major Franklin, you've already indicated this, but do you believe that passing the SAFER Act will make these marijuana-related businesses safer? I know that my colleague talks a lot about a Marine Corps member who was working in one of these businesses that was killed because he was robbed. Do you believe that giving them access to the banking system and reducing cash will make them safer?
Absolutely, I do. Could I
Thank you.
comment quickly to the fraud issue?
Yeah, quickly, because I
Quick
don't have
example.
much time.
So in the mid-1990s, many people are familiar with the raid we did on the Baltimore block of the strip clubs down there. Sunday was their all-cash day, and we were able to, through our investigation, to recoup $3.1 million for the state of Maryland. So that's the kind of fraud.
But as they say, cash is fungible, and it was hard to find. You had to.
Anyway,
my guess is you had to go there on a Sunday.
No comment.
Several Sundays. My next few, thank you. Great levity. My next few questions are for Mr. Deckard. So there is an agriculture business that operates in Ohio that does not do direct business with marijuana-related businesses that has told me they are worried about losing their banking relationships because they know their products are sold through other folks, by marijuana-related businesses. Have you heard, I know you don't do business with any marijuana-related businesses, have you heard from anybody in the supply chain that is worried about losing their banking relationships?
Yes.
So I think that is, we're not even talking about people that are directly in the marijuana-related business now, and they're worried about losing their banking relationships. And I have a letter I'd like to submit to the record from one of those businesses, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finally, I also have a letter from a banking company that does not do business with marijuana-related businesses, and they do think that there's some things that need to be changed about this piece of legislation, and maybe you're the right person to ask this about, Mr. Deckard. Would you like to see more clarity on making sure that financial institutions have access to see if these businesses are legitimately licensed in states? Would that be part of your due
I
diligence?
think as a community banker, the more clarity we can have, the better.
Would you like to have more clarity on suspicious activity reports and when you file them? In fact, both you and Ms. Pross, would you like more clarity on that?
I think our anti-money laundering and BSA regs and policies are pretty clear on when it's required to do so, so I don't see any ambiguity there.
Would you like to have a effective and written anti-money laundering policy for these businesses? Because that's what this chief risk officer has asked for, those 4 things they'd like to see. Maybe you don't see that, but this chief risk officer of a bank, I'd like to submit that one for the record. Also, Mr. Chairman?
Without objection.
Thank you. Do either of you think that there's some additional clarity we can give to this act? And my intent is not to undermine, but to improve this act.
Sure. I believe that the FinCEN guidance provides quite a bit of clarity for financial institutions who choose to serve the industry, so I would not be seeking additional guidance regarding the suspicious activity reports.
Great. And Mr. Deckard, one last question, because I have 34 seconds. Can you speak to reputational risk and that some financial institutions may choose not to provide services even after the SAFE Act is passed into law?
As a community banker, we take pride in serving the communities that we operate in. At my bank, it's right in our mission statement that we know our customers by name. So it's a relationship model, not a transaction model. So speaking for the community banks across the country that may be family-owned, operating in a rural community where there's not competition, we've got to keep in mind the processes that those banks would need to go through. We're always looking for clarity and this bill, when you're talking about opening an account or originating a loan, We go through that process of every legal business within the state of Washington of getting a copy of the business license, the UBI number, copy of their driver's license, and go through the due diligence for every type of business, not just and it's expanded for a marijuana-related business, certainly.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. Mr. Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you all for a long day and an important cause. Frankly, I view this as a civil liberties issue. We've had some troubled past in our country on any number of fronts where people looked askance at someone and said, well, you're not going to bank those people, are you? You're not going to do business with these people. And this is a case where communities all across the country have decided to legalize something that's frankly still sensitive for lots of people. We've seen it on display in this hearing, a range of views as to whether it should or shouldn't be. The reality is it is. And our financial institutions are the wrong place to kind of backdoor, relitigate whether it should be legal or not. Frankly, that's at the core of the issue here when we talk about banking legal marijuana in the states. States have said it's legal. There are a number of other fronts, as a couple of my colleagues alluded to, where there are legal business activities that some people object to, whether that's selling firearms or doing payday loans or you know, you name it. Regulators at times have deemed them to have reputational risk. And we don't have to look back too far to find people that thought, well, maybe there's reputational risk because you're not going to bank Jewish people. You're not going to bank these people with this racial group. You're not going to bank these people with this religious group, are you? And I think we need to move away from that. Personally, I think it's very important. When you speak about intersectionality, a lot of that comes together right here. And the civil liberties are protected when we say if it's legal in the jurisdiction you're in, then you should be free to do that without some regulator telling you that you can't because you're doing it wrong. But we also shouldn't diminish the fact that there are reputational risks with any business. So the way that a business is operated, the type of activities that the business engages in, you know, could draw suspicion. For example, the FinCEN guidance talks about businesses in this space, the marijuana business, that would maybe market their products to juveniles. Ms. Pross, are you familiar with the FinCEN guidance on that? How would you apply that type of reputational risk to the situation?
So part of our compliance with the FinCEN guidance is our cannabis businesses that bank with us, they certify their compliance with the Cole Memo priorities. We also work hand in hand with the Oregon Liquor Control Commission to ensure that we're monitoring violations of licenses. And if we do see a violation like that, we have the choice then to terminate an account or to file a marijuana priority SAR for a violation of that nature.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you mention SARs there because, frankly, in all the states that it's legal, it's prohibited to do business in marijuana with juveniles. And, you know, pediatricians will tell you that there's, frankly, big differences in the impact these chemicals have on juvenile brain development versus adult brain function. So I think it's an important protection. It's an application of reputational risk that isn't in violation in my mind, of civil liberties. You've got a law that says it's legal, and you've also got a law that says it's illegal. And so you're actually applying the law there. I think a lot has been said already. It hasn't been said by everyone, but there's only one person left, and I want to thank Mr. Perlmutter for his hard work and, frankly, his openness to continue to find language that can make this as bipartisan as possible. I truly believe that if we open it up and get at the core issue of reputational risk, this can be an enormously bipartisan bill, and I thank the committee and the witnesses for all this work, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back his time. Mr. Perlmutter for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank the witnesses for your stamina, for being here this long. Even you, Mr. Talcott, I thank you for being here. And I just want to say a couple things. For years, we've been trying to address this in one form or another here in the Congress, whether you like marijuana or you don't like marijuana, whether you think it has medicinal beneficial purposes or you think it causes a psychosis or medical problems. But obviously, the people across the country have made a decision that they want to pursue this, okay? We have a problem in the banking system, and this is the banking committee, this is the Financial Services Committee, and our job is to try to assist the system so that it can deal with this cash, deal with these businesses, help these employees, help these ancillary businesses, the real estate company, the lawyer, the accountant, the whomever. And I'd say to my friend, Mr. Luetkemeyer, my friend, Mr. Barr, and they are my friends. For 6 years, we tried to go to the Judiciary Committee. We tried to have a hearing in this committee. We tried to have a hearing in the Rules Committee. We tried to get this in front of the Congress to address these problems. Not one hearing. And instead, we had to go to the Obama administration, in which case we got the Cole memo, and we got the FinCEN guidance, almost 5 years to the day, 5 years ago. The Trump administration, under Attorney General Sessions, removed and rescinded the Cole memo, but Secretary Mnuchin and the Treasury Department has maintained the FinCEN guidance. So it isn't for lack of trying to try to address this problem. And is this a perfect solution? No, because we only have jurisdiction over banks and financial services. And that's what's trying to be addressed in this, so that banks and credit unions and other financial service companies can provide legitimate financial services to businesses that are legitimate in one form or another in their particular state. That's the purpose of the Safe Banking Act. And its other purpose is to provide for public safety. So I'd like to read a couple of things and then ask some questions. So the National Cannabis Industry Association has a lot of sort of testimonials, and I have a number of things to introduce into the record, including a statement from the Florida Agriculture Commission and a number of letters. But just a couple of the testimonials. This is from Mandy Tingler. Our company is all female founded and run. When we are unable to utilize banks to store our money, it puts us at significant risk for break-in, theft, or being targeted by attackers. We regularly struggle with large quantities of cash management. It doesn't work well for us to carry suitcases full of cash to our local tax office to pay our taxes. Our businesses are already forced into less desirable parts of town because of the type of business we have. This leaves us as sitting ducks to be attacked or worse for what we have in our possession. Please allow us access to banking. Then another one is from Sabrina Fendrick of Berkeley Patient Group. She says, regardless of our state compliance, we have been removed from well over 30 banking institutions so far. We seek and request to be treated like any other business with the rights and privileges that come with being recognized as a legitimate industry. Last is the sort of the ancillary industry kind of things. It's from, let's see if I can find it. Here it is. Eden Labs in Seattle, Washington is a 24-year-old botanical extraction and distillation company that has worked in a multitude of industries such as biofuels, flavorings, perfumes, natural products, and liquor, to name a few. However, because of our work in the cannabis industry, we've been getting moved from bank to bank to bank. And so that's what we're trying to address. I am going to ask a safety issue of you, Major Franklin. In your career, you were, I believe, a narcotics officer. I mean, was it important for you to be able to track and trace, and would having sort of banking records help you as a law enforcement officer?
Absolutely. We were always in search of banking records. We were always getting subpoenas from the local prosecutor's office to seize those records, to freeze accounts. That was so important, still is very important to the work that we do, because we need the evidence when we finally charge the individual to get a conviction in court. But again, to also be able to positively track, not just for evidence, but also for removing those illegal proceeds and profits from the hands of these criminal enterprises so they can't use that money to start up other criminal enterprises, and many times we would find that tied to things like human trafficking and other nefarious activities. So again, the banking records are, again, just so critical. Trying to do it with pretty much 100% cash, again, I'll say this again, we really have to luck up when we serve search warrants and getting computer records or written records, but they're so easily to dispose of rather quickly, so it's hard to do.
The gentleman's time has
I want to
expired.
thank the chairman. I want to thank this panel for being here today.
I too want to thank this panel for a long afternoon, but a very productive afternoon. The information that you've given has been very productive. This is the first such hearing that we've had on the financial regulations or banking with cannabis. And I think that the array of questions that have come from both sides of the aisle has been very informative also, and wide-ranging in talking about from what Mr. Clay, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, and Ms. Presley has talked about with reference to some of the injustices that have taken place by not having banking, to some of the things that Mr. Heck has talked about in regards to relieving pain for his brother and some life issues. And we tried to stick to it and made sure that the focus of this hearing was on the relevant jurisdiction of this committee, which has oversight over banking and financial service regulations, as indicated by Mr. Perlmutter. And I want to thank Mr. Perlmutter particularly. I thought it was important that we started and ended with your testimony, because you've been working long and hard at this and have made the difference. I want to also, as this being our very first hearing for the 116th Congress, and the first one for the Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions Subcommittee, I want to thank my ranking member for his patience and diligence and cooperation in working on this together. So again, let me thank the witnesses. And before I close, I think that there was a couple of items that Mr. Perlmutter wanted to put into the record. Without objection, so submitted. Also, I know Mr. Lawson had made a request earlier about a letter from Florida. I did not at that time say so submitted. This is from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Without objection, it is also submitted. And also, without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous material to the chair for inclusion in the record. This hearing is now adjourned.